correct and everything has... We have a lot of work to do.
10 years ago, everybody wanted the wall. The Democrats, the Republicans, they couldn't get it. You know one of the reasons they couldn't get it? Environmental impact statements. Did you know that? There were toads. It's the most incredible thing.
Number one, I wouldn't even think about anything until I built a wall impenetrable. There will be nobody coming into this country illegally. But our people don't have a clue. We give state dinners to the heads of China. I say, why are you doing state dinners for them? They're ripping us left and right. Just take them to McDonald's and go back to the negotiating table. Seriously.
This is the Howie Carr Show. You've listened to him for years. Now watch him in HD. Click on the Howie Cam at HowieCarrShow.com. This is the Howie Carr Show.
This half hour of the Howie Carr Show is powered by Life Change Tea. Food today is full of chemicals, GMOs, herbicides, and pesticides. Cleanse your body of these nasty chemicals with Life Change Tea. It's a delicious drink that will increase your lifespan. You'll feel better and your immune system will be stronger. Go to getthetea.com. That's getthetea.com. Getthetea.com. Steve uses it and so does the mailroom manager, and I enjoy a nice drink of it myself. Getthetea.com. All right, it's that time of the weekend. It doesn't feel like summer, but it is the summer. And it's time on a Friday afternoon for Police Blotter Facts Friday.
Whenever the laws of any state are broken, a duly authorized organization swings into action.
Police Blotter Facts Friday is powered by Piantadosi Baking Company, celebrating over 100 years of baking excellence since 1916. You know how the Police Blotter Facts Friday contest works. All week long, we ask you to send in your funny stories or items from your local daily or weekly newspaper, and from the police log column or the police blotter column, whatever they call it, written by the police department or given to the police beat reporters at the local blat to publish. And it could be a standalone story about the police, as long as it's funny. And, it will amuse us. Send it to Grace at HowieCarrShow.com, Grace at HowieCarrShow.com, along with your name and your telephone number. Or you can still fax it to us as well at 857-284-8864, 857-284-8864. And at this time each Friday, we read the best ones in our opinion, and the two winning entries receive a nice prize. What do they get this week, Grace?
They're going to get an FNN T-shirt, which is brand new. Fake
News Network. We just got these. We sold a lot of them earlier this week as a promotion, and they're quite nice. Perfect. If the sun ever comes out again, and if it gets over 60 degrees, this will make fun wearing down at the beach. And if it doesn't ever get over 60 again, and the sun doesn't come out, we'll just have to make some long sleeve T-shirts, I guess. Maybe make them into sweatshirts. All right.
Alrighty, you ready?
So
I've got a lot to cover this week.
Okay, these are the runners-up. They don't win any prizes.
Right. Naked model arrested after police tussle.
Naked model.
Beware of the naked man.
Yes.
Fun story, though. Grace was actually singing the Randy Newman Naked Man song as she was reading the police blotter faxes earlier today.
Oh, good.
It's hard not to, because there's a lot of naked people in the news.
Is this a naked or a female model?
This is a female. I will show you the picture. The pictures are not naked, but I mean, they might as well be. A curvy Instagram model.
Curvy.
Unburdened by clothing.
Curvy.
No, she has a nice figure. Was arrested after she struck and kicked several Florida cops who were summoned to a waterfront hotel where the woman was trespassing. Her name is Brisa Dominguez, and she was causing a disturbance.
Immigration status, por favor?
She was born in Mexico, but she now lives in California.
You know, you didn't answer the immigration status question. There's about 4 million of them that were born in Mexico that are in California illegally.
All I can tell you is she uses the online handle Bay Batty Bree. and she was naked when the police came, and she tried to mule kick them. And
Where was she?
She was at a hotel.
But where in the hotel? In the lobby?
Yeah, this is news to me, Howie, because I didn't think that if you were attractive and naked and a woman, you could ever be convicted of trespassing.
Well, the police officer tried to give her a towel to cover herself up, and she took the towel and started whipping him in the face with it.
Was alcohol involved in this incident? Some tequila or cerveza, perhaps?
It does not say, but what is an interesting part of this story is they also collared a 25-year-old Florida man who was also walking around naked in the same hotel lobby that night, but they are unclear whether or not the two have any correlation.
What?
Won't nobody help a naked man.
See, I'm smart. I knew that he'd want to see.
She's 25. Where was the? Oh, Clearwater.
Yes.
This is where Whitey Bulger used to hang out.
Good to know.
With his dogs, Nikki and Gigi.
You know what people are going to ask?
She's definitely not guilty. Not the greatest face in the world, but a nice, the rest of it. Yes.
Hip hop personality hit with murder charges.
What?
Don't let this destroy your faith in the hip hop community.
I'm going to
Howie.
try not to let it destroy.
Try not to. He was hit with murder charges for T.I. concert shooting. Do you know who T.I. is?
Too much? Too intelligent? Is that
No,
his name?
I actually don't know what it stands for. I don't really know many of his songs either because rap's not really my thing.
Here, one of his songs. Yo, yo, yo.
Yep. You had it right there. That was good. A popular hip hop podcaster was hit
Hands up, don't shoot.
was hit with murder charges Thursday in the fatal shooting of a rapper's bodyguard.
Where my EBT card at?
Oh, okay. Now he was sparked a gunfight in the VIP area of a concert. Daryl Campbell.
What do you have to do to become a VIP at a rap concert?
I don't know, but I think the VIP
Does this mean
people,
you have an ankle bracelet or 2 ankle bracelets?
No, I think it means you get bottle service probably. Like, the rap scene. Probably dancing girls, stuff like that.
Do you get crack pipe service too in addition to the bottle service?
Well, he's known as Taxstone. And he allegedly brought a 9mm pistol to a T.I. concert and fired the shot that killed Ronald McFadder. PH, not FA.
Yeah, what is his rap handle?
He doesn't have one. But
I heard T.I. was turning his life around.
He's the friend and bodyguard of the Nemesis rapper Roland Collins.
He's a good boy, a very good boy.
New Hampshire woman nabbed for drugs demands them back, is rearrested. Sad story out of New Hampshire.
Don't you hate it when they arrest you and they don't give you your drugs back?
Damn cops took my heroin.
Emily Morin was mad they wouldn't return her Suboxone?
Just say oxys.
No, Suboxone, that's what they get used for treatment.
Right. Just call it oxy.
A highly addictive
big
substance.
Difference.
That was being used to treat her heroin addiction. She came back and she asked them to give it back. They said no, and then they just followed her out of the police station and pulled her over and rearrested her. So, happy ending, I guess. Steve, you would be very...
Guilty.
Now. She had a rough night. You can't judge her based off that photo. Okay, Steve would be a good person to help us with this. An argument over whether Star Wars or Star Trek was a better movie turned violent Saturday afternoon when an Oklahoma man...
Somebody was drunk if they had an argument about this.
It does not say whether drugs or alcohol were involved, but the names of the guys are Jerome Dwayne White and Burke Bradley Warren. And Warren became so frustrated with White that he left the pair's living area, went to his room and tried to choke him out.
Their living area, is that like a trailer?
Yeah, it's not really clear what the situation is with the house, but it does seem a little sketchy.
Well, obviously the guy arguing that Star Trek is better than Star Wars was wrong. Star Wars is much better than Star Trek.
Steve, we don't know what he was arguing. We don't know if he was Team Star Trek or
I hate these police reports that are incomplete.
I know. It's like they tell me a fast food incident and then they don't tell me who the fast food is. Do you realize how much of a burden that is on me to have to call up these police stations and ask? They do not take kindly to it. They don't want to give me the information. Next, subway rider wakes up to a man peeing on her face.
So this isn't the Subway food chain.
No, this is
I was thinking of food chains after that last item.
I thought my commute sucked.
This is a Queens subway train. The 26-year-old victim told police she was listening.
They say this is going to be the summer from hell in New York on the subways. I guess they weren't kidding, huh?
Yeah, she was listening to music with her eyes closed while sitting on a
Never close your eyes on the subway. Man, I mean, that's something you learn, like, how many times do you have to ride the subway before you learn that? And always keep your at least one hand in your pocket so they don't know what you got in there, you know?
But, like, pretend it's a gun?
Or a knife?
If I saw you on the subway, Howie, I would know that you did not have a gun in your pocket. Yeah, I was going to
say, if you had your hand in your pocket, I would not for a second think that you had a knife or a gun.
Well, but the thing is, why would you take a chance?
There would be no chance. There would be no chance.
Move on to the girl who's listening to music with her eyes closed. Pee on her face instead. Cookie Monster was stuffed with cocaine. Okay, so this guy, Camus Lorenzo McNair, was pulled over.
This is why I want to cut off. This is why I want to cut off NPR's public funding. You know, is this the Cookie Monster?
Yes, you're right. This is the Cookie Monster from Sesame Street.
This is what your tax dollars are paying for. Cookie Monster stuff with drugs.
Yeah, they noticed that he was a heavy doll when they pulled the guy over, and they saw a little slit up his blue-black leg.
And was there some white stuff coming out?
Yeah, it was actually, Howie, it was 314 grams of cocaine, which is slightly more than 2/3 of a pound-ish.
Cookie starts with C.
So fun. Armed robber not ready for fatherhood. Okay, interesting story out of Oklahoma. A guy goes into a Walgreens, and he tried to steal 3 big boxes of emergency contraceptive and tried to hold them up. So that's like...
What's an emergency contraceptive?
That's after
the morning
fact,
after pill.
Like Plan B. But he had a motorcycle helmet on his head, and he was trying to hold them up, and a Walgreens employee spotted the helmeted thief swiping the Take Action packages, and a store manager approached the man and asked him to hand over the items. That's when things got crazy, and the man placed the backpack on the floor and opened it before standing back up, and then he fled the store on his motorcycle.
Wouldn't it have been better to just flee the store immediately before opening his backpack?
Probably. Oh, wait, before we go to the break, let me just hold this picture up to the Howie cam. This is the half-bearded man. Not really a great story in itself. But
you know, when I say that there are people that I would walk across the street from if I saw him coming at me at the sidewalk. Rob Goldstone isn't the only one this week. This guy, I would run across the street.
But it depends what side of the street you saw him on. Because if you saw him on his good side, you might think he looked normal.
I think I would see him full on, Grace, and I would see that he only has half a beard and that half of his head is shaved.
I'll put this on the site.
Okay, you should. All right, we'll be right back. I'm Howie Carr.
Hang on. The Howie Carr Show returns next.
Recently, we received an email from a listener asking who did my facelift. We all laughed because I've had nothing done to my face. But when you lose over 100 pounds, your face is going to look a lot younger. It's been 2 years now since I had the sleeve procedure at Newton Wellesley Hospital Weight Loss Center. I've kept the weight off, feel better, and have a lot more energy. I still eat everything I love, but I don't overeat. If you're like me and have tried lots of diets, get the weight off for good and call Newton Wellesley Hospital's Weight Loss Center at 617-243-3724. Once you've had the operation, you'll wish you'd had it years earlier. Your health insurance may even pay for it. It's that good for your health. Call them today at 617-243-3724 or go to nwh.org/weight loss.
Enough of Elizabeth Warren. Like you, I've had enough of Warren's rhetoric, calling tax cuts blood money, and people who don't agree with her an ugly stew of racism. I'm Jeff Deal, a father, husband, concerned taxpayer, and the state representative who led the successful effort to repeal automatic gas tax hikes, saving you $2 billion. Elizabeth Warren has spent her time in Washington making money for herself, selling books. I want to put money in your pocket. Join our effort to defeat Elizabeth Warren today by going to dealforsenate.com. That's DIEHL for Senate.com to make a donation. With your help, we'll make Massachusetts great again by defeating Warren and putting your interest first. I'm Jeff Deal, and I approve this message. Paid for and authorized. Deal for U.S. Senate.
You own a small business. Now make it official with T-shirts for your staff. Do what I did. Call Tax Free Tees.
If you're looking for custom T-shirts and apparel, call the experts at Tax Free Tees. They print all the T-shirts for the Howie Carr store, and there's a reason why. Tax Free Tees has the fastest turnaround, and there are no setup or design fees. And Tax Free Tees has low minimums. You don't need to order 100 shirts. If you need custom T-shirts, sweatshirts, hats, or apparel of any kind, do what Howie did. Call Tax Free Tees or visit them online at dowhathowiedid.com. That's dowhathowiedid.com.
Dowhathowiedid.com. Dowhathowiedid.com.
And now, 6 fun facts in 60 seconds with Grace Curley.
A hummingbird weighs less than a penny. The founders of Google were willing to sell Google for $1 million to Excite in 1999, but Excite turned them down. Google is now worth $527 billion. On average, 12 newborns will be given to the wrong parents daily. There are no clocks in Las Vegas gambling casinos. Sea otters hold hands while they sleep so they won't drift apart. Aww. Do you ever wonder where the phrase, "it's raining cats and dogs" comes from? In the 17th century, many homeless cats and dogs would drown and float down the streets of England, making it look like it literally rained cats and dogs.
This has been 6 fun facts with Grace Curley in 60 seconds. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and tweets at HowieCarrShow.com. And now, 60 seconds of liberals freaking out over the election of Donald J. Trump.
You're awake, by the way. You're not having a terrible, terrible dream. Also, you're not dead and you haven't gone to hell. This is your life now. This is our election now. This is us. This is our country.
This is a different Earth today than it was 24 hours ago. It's a different place. It just is different.
The woman who President Obama called the most qualified person ever to run for the White House couldn't break through. The question remains, who can?
Deeper concerns tonight that the world's shining light of democracy has gone dark.
Decency lost last night, and that's what's so hurtful about this.
This was a white lash. This was a white lash against a changing country. It was a white lash against a black president in part. And that's the part where the pain comes.
How do we explain how this is possible?
How did this happen?
Trump derangement syndrome. It's a real thing, folks. We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
I say, hey, wait a minute. He didn't leave the country. He wasn't out of the country. They had Michael Cohen of the Trump Organization was in Prague. It turned out to be a different Michael Cohen. Sure. It's a disgrace what took place. It's a disgrace. And I think they ought to apologize to start with Michael Cohen.
Sir, since you're attacking us, can you give us a question? Mr. President-elect. Mr. President-elect, since you are attacking our news organization, can you give us a chance?
Your organization.
You are attacking our news organization. Can you give us a chance to ask a question, sir?
Go ahead.
Sir, can you state, Mr. President-elect,
go ahead.
Can you state categorically,
Mr.
President-elect, can you give us a question? You're attacking us. Can you give us a question?
Don't be rude.
Can you give us a question?
I'm not going to give you a question.
Can you state categorically?
You are fake news.
Sir,
go ahead.
Can you state categorically that nobody... No, Mr. President-elect, that's not appropriate.
This is the Howie Carr Show. Send Howie a text to 680-680. This is the Howie Carr Show.
All right, back to Police Blotter Facts Friday with Grace. Police Blotter Facts Friday is powered by Piantadosi Baking Company, celebrating over 100 years of baking excellence since 1916. And if you got entries for next week, Grace at HowieCarrShow.com. Send them right along. Go ahead, Grace.
Naked man walking around Walmart with meth is arrested.
Beware of the naked man.
I guess in Oregon now he would not be arrested because they've just legalized possession of small amounts of meth, right?
Yeah, but can you be naked with
and
it?
Ecstasy? Well, I mean, if you can walk around with meth, I mean, is it, in the cosmic sense, is it worse to be walking around with an illicit contraband narcotic or be naked?
You're a true philosopher today.
It's a metaphysical question that is thundered down the halls of time.
The guy's mugshot is, I want to say, potentially the scariest mugshot. His face is just totally frightening. But
that's the meth.
Yeah.
Speaking.
His name is Robert Knopf, and he was found across the street from the Walmart after police came, wearing only a pair of shoes.
No. So he wasn't naked.
Yes,
that was fake news. He's perfectly clothed.
Yeah, here, Howie, you can look at that. That is just weird. Florida man skips out on a $6 bar tab.
He looks so scared.
Yeah, he looks scared, right? I know. He looks like the guy from the Goonies that they keep in the basement. That's so mean, but it's true. Florida man skips out on a $6 bar tab, tells cops he's a sovereign citizen.
Oh, so this is where you were that week you just took off. You're down in, I didn't know you went down to Florida, Howie.
He pulled the chew and screw?
On a $6 bar tab.
Kevin Charles Conklin was arrested on the 4th of July at Margarita Republic.
Happy Independence Day. I'm independent of paying my bar tab.
He was making profane statements to customers, and then he chipped an officer's tooth while resisting arrest. And he told the officer, "I've done nothing wrong. I am a sovereign citizen." It's weird. It was $6. Like, what did he get? One Corona? He couldn't just. I mean, why would they even go? I don't know. Here's the picture.
I'm going to guess. Now that I see his, you know what we used to say about people at Foley's who came in, and they were half in the bag when they got there.
What?
They were carrying a foreign load. This guy was carrying a foreign load.
Yeah, that's the kind of situation. You get the cash up front.
McDonald's apologizes to woman over poop-covered slide. This is out of Manchester.
Why'd they have to apologize for that?
Well,
Maybe she asked for it.
She sent her 5-year-old son into the play area of McDonald's, and when he came back...
Oh, a slide.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
What do you think I said?
I thought you were talking about I thought they had some new thing at McDonald's, like a slider. Or something.
Ew. You thought she was served it? That would be even grosser. Well, she sent her son to play.
They're always introducing new dishes at McDonald's. I like sliders.
Out now, just in time for the summer. It's our new crab sandwich.
If you don't like the lobster sandwiches, go with the sliders.
Well, she sent her 5-year-old son into the play area, and he came back and he was covered in human waste. And she said they didn't take it seriously enough, but then they released a statement to the Associated Press and said, "We hold ourselves to the highest standard and apologize."
Right, obviously.
I was going to say, I don't think they do. All right, so now we have the winners. Pennsylvania woman accused of setting boyfriend on fire, then putting him out with urine.
Not just any kind of urine.
Their urine.
Well, she had a bucket of it.
Yes, I'm gonna get to that. Lee Ann Sepelak of Penn Hills is charged with attempted homicide.
Penn Hills, it sounds very suburban and like leafy and upscale.
I don't think it is.
No, apparently not.
Not since she moved in. Attempted homicide for allegedly pouring gas on her sleeping boyfriend, lighting a cigarette and using it to set him on fire. To put him out, she doused the flames with a bucket of urine that the couple used.
It's not enough they poured gasoline on. She sets him on fire with a cigarette.
Right.
I mean, how downscale can she go?
Okay,
Howie, here's the kicker. She doused the flames with a bucket of urine that the couple used as a toilet in the basement of their home.
They just had a bucket of urine lying around. Like, what the hell?
Hashtag yuck.
I think this is a town where Huffington Post should pay a visit.
Yes.
There goes the neighborhood. We're going to have to use that from the Bus Boys, that song, over and over again. We're going to have to put that in a loop of that. There goes the neighborhood, Penn Hills, Pennsylvania.
And our final winner, an amazing story. Amazon delivery driver pooped in customer's driveway, then wiped his bum on "You Were Out" cards before doing a run.
So it was one of those things where you had to sign to get the package.
Yes.
So they couldn't leave the package.
Right. In Southie, they leave a lot of those signs if they feel like the package is valuable.
Why do they have to do that in Southie as
because
opposed to
it's
Wellesley?
a city. You know, they don't want to have your stuff get stolen. Anyway, so he left.
So they're more likely to steal something in Southie than they
are
in
funny.
Wellesley?
In Jamaica Plain, they always leave the packages right there. It's weird. Nothing's ever gone missing in Jamaica Plain.
You two. Okay, anyway, so the driver was caught on camera. He pooped in the driveway, and then so the dad finds this video, calls them and says, "Hey, listen, Amazon, one of your guys came and pooped in our driveway," and he said, "You guys need to come and clean it up." And they said, "We will not be able to get there for at least 2 days."
What if he was a Prime customer? Would they have come? I mean, I'm getting some promotional literature. They want me to join Amazon Prime next day. So if I was a Prime next day, would they come and clean up the poop?
No, Prime does not apply to poop.
How do you know? Have you talked to Jeff Bezos?
Print. It's in the poop print.
I'm Howie Carr.
If your home has hard water, then it's likely that limescale is clogging your pipes, damaging your appliances, costing you hundreds of dollars each year. You can eliminate limescale in the entire house with HydroCare products available at Wave Home Solutions. Easy and efficient with no maintenance, no salts, no chemicals, and no coils. And you can buy with confidence from Wave Home Solutions. Performance guaranteed. Just go to bestwater411.com. That's bestwater411.com.
So, you love talk radio? Then you'll love TalkStreamLive.com. TalkStream Live is always on with the best streaming talk shows. Find your favorite talkers and discover some new ones. It's free, readily available online or on mobile with any smartphone or tablet. Finding your favorite talk shows all in one place has gotten a whole lot easier. Just go to TalkStreamLive.com. Be sure to download the free apps from Google Play or the iTunes App Store.
If your home has hard water, then it's likely that limescale is clogging your pipes, damaging your appliances, costing you hundreds of dollars each year. You can eliminate limescale in the entire house with HydroCare products available at Wave Home Solutions. Easy and efficient with no maintenance, no salts, no chemicals, and no coils. And you can buy with confidence from Wave Home Solutions. Performance guaranteed. Just go to bestwater411.com. That's bestwater411.com.
So, you love talk radio? Then you'll love TalkStreamLive.com. TalkStream Live is always on with the best streaming talk shows. Find your favorite talkers and discover some new ones. It's free, readily available online or on mobile with any smartphone or tablet. Finding your favorite talk shows all in one place has gotten a whole lot easier. Just go to TalkStreamLive.com. Be sure to download the free apps from Google Play or the iTunes App Store.
We could play another commercial, or we could play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
I never attacked him on his look, and believe me, there's plenty of subject matter right there. That I can tell you.
But Jake, it's a massive plant, one of the biggest in the world. They're going to make all these cars, trucks, and parts. They're even making parts. It's so big, they'll make the parts, the trucks. And I actually gave them a good idea. Why don't we just let the illegals drive the cars and trucks right in through the border? They don't have to even, it's true. No, I gave them that. Save a lot of money. That'll be next. No, they'll be doing that next.
Who is Uma married to? One of the great sleazebags of our time. Anthony Weiner. Did you know that? She's married to Anthony Weiner. You know, the little bing, 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 bum, bum.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Hey there, quick question for you. Would you be okay with more energy, more endurance, thicker, healthier hair, a better mood, reduced appearance of wrinkles, improved sleep, improved blood pressure and cholesterol profiles, improved vision, improved memory? Okay then. Well now, have you heard of Nature's Youth RSF? It's from
Better strap yourself in. It's time for the Howie Carr Show.
Shiva, you said a lot of really nasty things about me, and
the fake Trumper Howie Carr.
You said I was having sex with a campaign aide.
Howie Carr won't cover us because him, Holly Robichaud, and Deal are like this. I don't know if they're sleeping together, but
you retweeted some tweet calling me a piece of excrement, and I was just wondering what did you mean by that? A fake Trumper?
Well, I'm not going to go there because I never said those things. The fake Trumper Howie Carr. I never said those things. The fake Trumper Howie Carr.
Live from an undisclosed location.
So I want to know, do you have any skeletons? Do you have any skeletons in your closet?
I have no skeletons in my closet because I'm such a controversial guy. Everything's out there. Let's talk about everything. But the issue is not about you or me, Howie.
Have you ever been arrested?
Howie, this is not about you or me.
Shiva, have you ever been arrested?
Howie, this is not about you or me.
Yes or no?
It's not about you or me. What this is about is, do you want to beat Elizabeth Warren? Let's talk about Elizabeth Warren. Do you want to talk about that?
Let's talk about your arrest.
Unchained and unstoppable.
I've taken on Gawker Media. I've taken on Monsanto. You take on those guys.
You've taken on the cops. You take on your girlfriend, too.
Wait a minute.
That escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
Unchained and unstoppable.
So when I went into that meeting, I was advised by a number of very close people that Howie is a bully. He's going to try to bully you. You know, I do not support the abuse of women. If anyone is proven to have abused a woman, I believe they should be prosecuted to the highest extent of the law. Let me be very clear about that. You know, I do not support the abuse of women. There's some aspect of me that always is committed to the truth.
You had no idea this was coming up?
No way, man. So I was frankly completely shocked.
Rump swabs, hacks, and moonbats beware. It's Howie Carr.
Oh my God, Sean Spicer resigned. It's the end of the world. Who's going to answer our questions about P-tapes and Easter egg rolls? And who's going to be answering our questions? Oh, breaking news, everybody. Sean Spicer, whose fate at the White House had long been under question, has been sealed today. He resigned upon hearing the news that President Donald Trump would appoint as his communications director Anthony Scaramucci, a hedge fund guy. They call him the Mooch. He'd been a trusted advisor to President Trump throughout the campaign. Worked on a different campaign and around 2015. Said some untoward things about the president, but nonetheless has remained a loyal guy. And he will now be the communications director in the White House. And Sarah Huckabee Sanders, I'm looking at her now. She's going to be the press secretary, so she will replace Sean Spicer, but the scoop is apparently that Sean Spicer was so displeased with the appointment of Anthony Scaramucci to communications director, he resigned on principle. And then you got Howie Carr saying people never resign on principle anymore these days. Well, Sean Spicer has done so. And Howie Carr actually plays into this story a little bit, as we'll find out later in the program. So we'll talk later about some of the going on in Washington, D.C. Very busy day out of the White House. But first, we got a debrief after yesterday. Grace, we've got a debrief after yesterday. Hands down, one of the most stressful days of radio that we've had since we started working for the Captain.
I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean? Did something happen yesterday that was out of the ordinary?
So for those of you who didn't get the great opportunity to listen to the glorious hours of radio that we made here yesterday in Studio H at our undisclosed location, we had with us a political neophyte, somebody who has been inspired by the Trump era of politics to throw his hat in the ring and enter the GOP primary to be a Senate candidate against Elizabeth Warren here in Massachusetts. His name's Shiva Ayyadurai, and he, over the last few months, he'd become disgruntled with Howie Carr. He said he decided that maybe Howie wasn't paying enough attention to his fledgling, underfunded, understaffed Senate campaign. What are we, a year and a half out from Election Day? He decided that he was unhappy with the programming decisions that we make here at the Howie Carr Show.
Hello, everyone. I'm listening to the WRKA show by the fake Trumper Howie Carr.
So he called him a fake Trumper, and that was something he did on Periscope. But he went on with Alex Jones of InfoWars, very very funny guy, very provocative guy. Was willing to give Dr. Ayyadurai a venue to attack Howie, and he called him a fake Trumper. And as I said on a different show earlier this week, calling Howie Carr a fake Trumper is like calling Bill Clinton a fake rapist or calling Bernie Sanders a fake socialist. There can be no questioning of Howie Carr's commitment to the MAGA Trump train. And I'm willing to admit I watched it firsthand. And Grace, you saw me. I tried to convince him over and over again. Donald Trump can't win the general election against Hillary Clinton, and so you're basically, if you throw your boat in with him throughout the primary, then you're basically letting Hillary Clinton win. And I was wrong. 110% wrong, 110,000% wrong. He won, and but I was there as a firsthand witness to see Howie Carr's allegiance to President Donald Trump, and so to call him a fake Trumper is just a preposterous claim. It's laughable.
This guy thinks he's a sacred cow and he can't be exposed.
It can't be exposed. I mean, what are you going to expose about him? We haven't produced one shred of evidence that Howie Carr is a fake Trumper. But so there was a very combative interview yesterday. We finally, after this guy took some shots at Howie, we decided we were going to have him in studio. And in the meantime, someone had sent to Howie a police report from 2004, which detailed a litany of sordid claims that Shiva's then live-in girlfriend had made about him, including alleged domestic abuse. And so we published that, and at HowieCarrShow.com, you can go and you can read that entire police report. It's lurid. It's not safe for work, as the kids say these days. And Howie confronted with him about it live on air yesterday, and it was some thrilling radio. So I kind of boiled down and distilled the tense confrontational part of that interview for you guys today. And by the way, this is Steve Robinson, Howie's executive producer, filling in for Howie. Howie was called away to Washington, D.C., so that's where he is. More on that later in the show. But one of the cuts we have here, let's see. Cut number 4, Grace. It runs about a minute, but this is basically the gist of how the interview went once Shiva discovered that Howie was going to settle this thing the way they settle things in Boston.
So I want to know, do you have any skeletons? Do you have any skeletons in your closet?
I have no skeletons in my closet because I'm such a controversial guy.
No
Everything's out there. Let's talk about everything. But the issue is not about you or me, Howie.
Have you ever been arrested?
Howie, this is not about you or me.
Shiva, have you ever been arrested?
Howie, this is not about you or me.
Yes or no?
It's not about you or me. What this is about is, do you want to beat Elizabeth Warren?
Okay, I'm going to show you a picture.
This has to do with Elizabeth Warren.
If you've been arrested.
This is not about you or me.
Okay, so you're not going to answer that
question.
No,
I'm going to talk about, because you're making stuff up about excrement and all, and that's not true. Let's talk about Elizabeth Warren. Do you want to talk about that?
Let's talk about your arrest.
Let's talk about Elizabeth Warren.
Have you ever been...
Let's talk about Elizabeth Warren.
Have you ever had a 209A restraining order?
Let's talk about Elizabeth Warren.
So you're not going to answer my questions?
No, I'm going to talk about Elizabeth Warren. You don't want to talk about Elizabeth Warren. You want to get your ratings, but do you want to defeat Elizabeth Warren?
So you're not
Do you want to defeat Elizabeth Warren?
Do you
want to defeat Elizabeth Warren?
Who is this? I'm going to show you.
Do you want to defeat Elizabeth Warren?
I do, and you.
No, you don't.
The viewers
you don't want to defeat Elizabeth Warren. You don't want to defeat Elizabeth Warren, Howie. What you want to do is because you're aligned with people who do not want to defeat Elizabeth Warren. You do not want to defeat Elizabeth Warren, do you?
You do not want to admit that you were arrested.
You know, Howie, do you want to defeat Elizabeth Warren?
You want me to show you this picture?
You can show whatever you want.
You were arrested.
Do you want?
So that's, just classic Howie Carr confronting him. We ended up having to go to a break because, as you could see there, it was exciting radio, but it wasn't the easiest thing to listen to. It wasn't the easiest thing to listen to. And so we ended up having to go to a commercial break, and we kept the cameras rolling. We kept the audio rolling. You can go and you can see all of it. You can see what happened after we went to a commercial break at HowieCarrShow.com. It's posted up there. You can see the video. We politely asked Shiva to leave the studio so that we could continue on with the segment and explaining the details of this police report from 2004 that any way you cut it, if Elizabeth Warren gets this, she is going to turn it into a devastating series of political ads. So just on the basis of this police report, Shiva is a dead stick, politically speaking. He is not, there is no way he's going to win the Republican primary. There's no way would ever, even if he won the primary, there's no way he could ever defeat Elizabeth Warren. Let's face it, this is Massachusetts. The conservatives, people listening to Howie Carr talk radio, we are in the minority. We face an uphill battle with it in any election. So there's no way that Shiva can win. At least that's what I think. I'm open to different interpretations because Shiva apparently has a different interpretation. He went on with Curt Schilling, the former MLB great, who now does a Breitbart show, whatever it takes, from 9 to 11 a.m. And he thinks he's still in this. He thinks he's still a contender in the United States Senate election here in Massachusetts, despite his record here. And so he made a number of interesting claims. We will get into those. Basically what he did is he got on the phone with Curt. He picked up a shovel and he pointed it towards his feet, and he just kept digging. And he kept digging, and he kept digging. So I'm excited to share with you just how far he dug himself down into a hole there. But we're not just going to talk about the Shiva stuff. I know some of you guys are sick of it. You don't want to talk about it. So we're gonna open this up a little bit more, because what I saw yesterday, you get a lot of graft in working for Howie Carr, right, Grace? You'll back me up on that.
Yes, that is true.
We get some freebies. Yesterday, Grace and I got free front row tickets to the spectacular implosion of a once promising United States Senate campaign. And it was glorious. And it got me thinking, Where does the Shiva implosion rank on the pantheon of great political implosions? So you've got Anthony Weiner, of course. That it's tough to get more spectacular than the Anthony Weiner implosion. You've got John Edwards and his love child. There's a long list of spectacular political implosions. I've got a stack of them here that we're going to go through. So I want to know from you guys, what was your favorite political implosion in the last couple of decades? What spectacular implosion, just the absolute ruining of someone's political career because of a scandal or because of one little thing, one little gaffe they said. So we're going to go through a bunch of those this hour of the Howie Carr Show. You can give us a call on the General Communications listener line at 844-500-4242. That's also the number you can call if you want to leave a message on the Chump line. Great day to get on the Chump line. Press 2 after calling that number if you want to get on the Chump line. We're going to take a quick break right here. We'll be back with your calls and more of the audio cuts from Shiva's meltdown this morning on Breitbart Radio. This is Steve Robinson in for Howie Carr. This is the Howie Carr Show.
The Howie Carr Show continues next.
School is out, and it is time to head to the Cape. When you do, make sure to stop by Liquor and More. Liquor and More has just what you need for all your cookouts and entertaining. They deliver, too, just like they recently did for me. All the wine and beer arrive chilled and ready to go. Stop into one of Liquor and More's 6 locations in Plymouth, Bourne, Dennis, Wellfleet, Yarmouth, and now open in Orleans. Shopping is easy with no long lines. To see some of their great variety, check out liquorandmore.com. Liquor and More, just what you need. Liquor and More, a proud supporter of life's memorable moments.
Are you looking for a pre-owned car? Well, before you go to the dealership where you'll be pounced on by pushy salespeople, give the Car Guys a try. I'm Bill Papa George, and my job is to make finding the perfect used car as easy as possible. That means I do all of the tough legwork for you. Once I figure out what you want out of a car, I go find it. I've been in this business for a long time, and I know what to look out for. I won't bring you a car unless I know it will meet or exceed your expectations. So give me a call at 800-300-4600. That is 800-300-4600.
So you went to dinner last night, you had your favorite pasta. Ugh. Or maybe you had a heavy, spicy meal and it left you. Ugh. GetTheT.com. Maybe you mowed down a huge steak and your plumbing is all plugged. Ugh. GetTheT.com. Our super strength tea will take care of your occasional. Ugh. It's all organic and non-GMO. Get rid of ugh. We have so many great supplements, but our super tea is number one. GetTheT.com. That's GetTheT.com.
Summer is here, and when on the Cape, think Cape Gunworks in Hyannis. Cape Gunworks for ladies every Thursday night with the 333 special. Shoot up to 3 different guns, 3 magazines of ammo, and 3 targets, all for $33. Cape Gunworks suggests making a reservation for this popular night. Event runs from 6 to 8. Cape Gunworks for ladies every Thursday night. CapeGunworks.com.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
And by the way, they're coming from all over the world, including the Middle East. Why not? Come on in. We're stupid. We'll take care of you. We'll pay. Get sick, we'll take care of your hospitalization. What kind of a plan do you want? Oh, Don, you're a little controversial. You're talking about illegal immigration. I said it's illegal. The premiums are going through the roof. The deductibles, frankly, you have to get hit with a Komatsu tractor in order to use them. They're so high. The Iranians are great negotiators. The Persians are great negotiators. And we have people that are babies. It's like a chess player, grandmaster, playing against a checkers child. We have very stupid people in our country negotiating for us, and we have leaders that don't know what they're doing.
And the media, look at all those people back there. Scavengers, they're like scavengers.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Many legislators claim to be for lower taxes and government transparency, but are they really? Massachusetts Fiscal Alliance keeps you informed by posting the voting records of our elected officials. You can log on to our website at massfiscal.org. Click Scorecard to see how your legislator is voting on Beacon Hill. And while you're there, make a donation. And be sure to join our email list so you can stay up to date with the latest information on what's happening at the State House with Massachusetts Fiscal Alliance.
Paid for by the Mass Fiscal Alliance, Rick Green, Chairman.
Hi, I'm Howie Carr, and I'm here with Rick Green of the Mass Fiscal Alliance. Wow, Mass Fiscal is really driving the Moonbats crazy.
Who knew putting voting records online would be so controversial? Many legislators claim to be for lower taxes and government transparency, but they sure don't vote that way.
Your group is just what this state needs. How can the listeners help you guys?
Just have them visit our website at www.massfiscal.org. They can join our email list and donate if they like. And of course, make sure they check out our scorecard to see how their legislators voted.
Paid for by the Mass Fiscal Alliance. Rick Green, Chairman.
PatriotPrepared.com carries the leading brands of storable food from Numana, Legacy, and Heaven's Harvest. Patriot Prepared. Our name says it all. We're dedicated to empowering you to be self-reliant and confident in any circumstance. Whether you want to be prepared in the event of an emergency or you're an outdoor sports enthusiast, PatriotPrepared.com has prepackaged meals and kits for your entire family. Legacy, Heaven's Harvest, and Numana are known for high-quality, great-tasting, GMO-free, nutritious food with no chemical preservatives. Simple to prepare, easy to store, gluten-free and organic high-quality nutrition options with a 25-year shelf life. You can't beat the feeling of being food secure when you need it most. So go to PatriotPrepared.com right now to pick up your supply of high-quality storable food for your family, because it makes good sense to be prepared. That's PatriotPrepared.com.
Send Howie a text to 680-680. This is the Howie Carr Show.
Welcome back to the Howie Carr Show, everybody. This is Steve Robinson, Howie's executive producer, filling in for him today. In case you missed the show yesterday, it was there was a spectacular meltdown here in the studio. It still feels warm from the tension that was in here. Shiva Ayyadurai, a Senate candidate here, was confronted by your lovable Howie Carr with his arrest record from 2004, an incident involving domestic assault. Safe to say that will be the end of his political ambitions. So we're asking the question: what are some great, fantastic political meltdowns that you remember? A lot of people are texting in about, of course, the infamous Howard Dean scream. The Howard Dean, and the reason I like the Howard Dean scream is because it was. Let's hear it again. The reason I like it is because it was so brief. It was so short. It was just one little thing done in the heat of the moment. If he'd have stopped short, he was on a roll. People were loving him. He was up in the polls. And that one little scream apparently demonstrated so much about his temperament that he was no longer a suitable candidate for the Democratic Party. So we're asking you to call in or text in at 680-680 or 844-500-4242 with your favorite political scandals. And we're really looking for the career enders here. We're looking for the scandals. We're looking for the gaffes. We're looking for the moments that really, really just ended someone's career. But I've got a whole list of them that I want to go through. I don't want to eat up too many that the crowd might select. But first, we've got to get to the poll question. And I want to play a little piece of audio first. So as I told you, Shiva, following the licking he took here in Studio H yesterday, he went on with Kurt Schilling, the former MLB great who hosts the Breitbart show now. And Shiva, I guess, was looking for a more supportive audience there. But he really dug himself into a hole. And this is what he had to say about Howie Carr. Let's see here.
So when I went into that meeting, I was advised by a number of very close people that Howie is a bully. He's going to try to bully you and not want to discuss the issues with Elizabeth Warren.
So that's Shiva. He's calling Howie a bully. And I got to let you know, today's poll question brought to you by Casper. Get a Casper mattress and sleep cool and comfortable every night. It's a higher quality mattress at a more affordable price. Test it yourself 100 nights risk-free. Use code Howie at Casper.com for $50 towards the purchase of your mattress. Terms and conditions apply. So Shiva says Howie's a bully. He's not the first person to level that accusation against my boss. So we're asking the question, Grace.
Is Howie Carr a bully?
I've known the guy for like 3 or 4 years now. I don't think he's a bully. He's never bullied me. Has he ever bullied you?
No.
I for the life of me, can't remember an example. I mean, maybe, okay, the Finneran stuff. The Finneran stuff, Howie was bordering on bullying with the Finneran stuff.
I think bully's a strong word. I would call him more of a menace. Like he's Dennis the Menace.
Menace is a stronger word than bully.
Or maybe like a...
Menace implies some malevolency, like he's like evil.
Okay, well, I just mean like a...
No, the cat's out of the bag now,
a pest. He's a pest.
A gadfly?
Yeah.
Like he's like Socrates wandering around Athens being the gadfly. He's the gadfly of Boston. Maybe that's a good way to put it. That's what I'll tell him you said, Grace, when he gets back from Washington, D.C. on a very secret mission that he's been dispatched for. We'll go to the phone lines now. We're talking about the greats... what are the results of the poll question, Grace?
78% say no, Howie Carr is not a bully.
Yeah, well, there you go.
But then someone else pointed out that the pugs are probably not partaking in this poll as it's hard for them to type with their little paws.
No opposable thumbs.
Right.
No opposable thumbs. You can't operate an iPhone.
Opposable thumbs. They're so important. You don't even realize it until you don't have them.
I don't even think he took the pugs down to Washington, D.C. Are you going over after the show to feed them?
I am not, but I'm sure somebody is.
I hope Consuela is taking care of the pugs. All right, so on the heels of Shiva's implosion yesterday, the implosion of his political campaign, rather, we're asking what's your favorite political scandal in American politics. We'll start out now on the phone lines at 844-500-4242. Bill, you're first on this one with Steve Robinson filling in for Howie Carr. Go ahead, Bill.
Hello, Steve. I made a mistake when I told you it's the house banking scandal of 1994. Remember, that's when they were cashing checks on doing all kinds of hanky pank with the house bank, and I guess a lot of them bit the dust for it.
Yeah, no, I think I remember what you're talking about, Bill. Thanks for the call. I appreciate that. But, I'm looking for more of like individual politicians. We've got plenty of scandals brewing. There's plenty of political scandals, the Pigford loan scheme. But I want someone where it's like completely on that one person. Because I think the beauty of a moment like Shiva and Howie had yesterday is that it's so tense and stressful even for the people who are listening to it. Because let's be honest here. We've all made mistakes. And to be called out on your mistakes in a very public way, as often happens in politics, is uncomfortable for the observer because you're experiencing it vicariously through them. And a part of you is thinking, man, I'm really, really glad that I'm not where that person is right now.
But also, why would anyone want to do this? Like, if he really invented email, like he said, wouldn't he just want to chill out? I mean... and live a relaxing life? Why do you want to put yourself in a position where you're facing off with Howie Carr?
That's another great question. Well, there are a lot of questions. If you're a conservative trying to win a Republican primary in the state of Massachusetts, why do you pick a fight with the eminent conservative talk radio voice? There's a lot of questions here. Shiva says he's got 5,000 degrees from MIT. Yesterday, he got a degree in the Howie Carr School of Hard Knocks. We'll be back with your calls in just a minute. This is Steve, in for Howie. This is the Howie Carr Show.
We could play another commercial, or we could play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
CNN is terrible. CNN. You're with CNN? Are you with CNN? You people do not cover us accurately at all.
So what I'm going to do is span out. Show them the crowd, press. Show them the crowd. Look, they're not turning the cameras. They don't even turn the cameras. Because you know what? They're very dishonest people. Frankly, I don't even think they give a damn about education, half of them. And I'm sure some maybe do use that word in this. I will. Because people want to hear the truth, Frank.
Here we are in the middle of a deal, and he doesn't call about that. One sentence, I'd say, you got to, before we start, get those people back. Used to be 3, now it's 4. Get those people. They'd be back the next hour.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I'm telling you right now, it's awesome. I was trying to get my blood pressure regulated, okay? And after 3 days of taking this thing, my blood pressure went back down to normal. I am ecstatic. I am so happy with this stuff. It is my savior.
This was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now. It works.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code TALK.
It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life, but I should have ordered it like 15 years ago.
Would odors, mold, and mildew describe your basement or crawl space? It doesn't have to be that way. Transform them into a fresh, healthy, usable one with the technologically advanced Wave Moisture Control Units. The computerized operation maximizes moisture control and also expels harmful radon, combustion gases, and numerous other pollutants. Dehumidifiers are old technology that do nothing for air quality and waste energy. Wave units are intelligent, self-monitoring, do not need maintenance, and will save you hundreds in electricity. Wave units are still running effectively over 15 years. They've been tested and installed in public and military housing and by property managers nationwide. Buy a unit now, and if your home is not fresher and drier, you can return it for a full refund for up to 12 months. What have you got to lose? Call now. 1-888-618-WAVE. 1-888-618-WAVE. Or visit mydryhome.com. That's mydryhome.com.
Wave Home Solutions for a healthy, comfortable home. We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
And the poll just came out, and I'm tied with Jeb Bush. And I said, oh, that's too bad. How can I be tied with this guy? He's terrible. He's terrible. So Uma is getting classified secrets. She's married to Anthony Weiner, who's a perv. No, he is.
I beat the people from China. I win against China. You can win against China if you're smart. But our people don't have a clue.
And then the next day, he'll be called by special interests that supported him, his lobbyists who push him around like a piece of candy.
We have heads being chopped off because they're Christian in the Middle East. We have borders where people are being killed all up. The world is cracking up, and they're worried about my tone.
This is the Howie Carr Show. He's on your radio and on your smartphone. Download the Howie Carr app on the iTunes or Android app stores. This is the Howie Carr Show.
Welcome back to the Howie Carr Show, everybody. This is Steve Robinson filling in for Howie Carr. Howie's away on an emergency mission to Washington, D.C. We'll fill you in on that later in the program, but we're talking right now about your favorite political spectacles, your favorite moment when a candidate just decided to set their campaign on fire, you know, and just a gaffe that really proved ruinous to their political ambitions. Some great ones coming in on the text line. Someone points out Lincoln Chafee, coming out with the metric system in his first speech when he announced his candidacy in the Democratic primary. Yeah, that was good. Quick way to turn yourself into a meme. Quick way to become, mocked roundly by the internet. Nobody wants to become a meme these days. Nobody wants to become a meme.
No, if I was going to like a award show, that would be literally my one goal. Would be do not make any facial expressions. That's going to end up forever on the internet.
That 3-second video that people are just going to be using over and over again. Nobody wants to become a meme. And that's what Chafee did with his metric system. You got the Rick Perry oops moment when he just somehow he was all hopped up on painkillers and just forgot which was the third federal agency that he was going to eliminate. Oops. Yeah, that pretty much ended his candidacy. You've got Dukakis in the tank. You also got Mike Dukakis, his limp-wristed milquetoast response to the question about the death penalty. Would you support the death penalty if Kitty Dukakis was raped and murdered? Dan Quayle not being able to spell potato. Representative William Jefferson down in Louisiana, who was discovered with a freezer full of cash. Rob Ford, the former mayor of Toronto, God rest his soul, caught on video smoking crack. It wasn't as helpful to his future political ambitions as it was to Marion Barry. Marion Barry, the longtime DC mayor, it was pretty common knowledge that he was smoking crack, and it might have even helped him with the electorate down there. Someone pointed out John Lakian, one of the gubernatorial candidates in Massachusetts in '82, being naked in front of his secretary. No, that was Greg Hyatt. a GOP candidate in '86, and he was accused of being naked in front of one of his secretaries. John Lakian, a candidate in '82, claimed that his father was killed in World War II. He was actually killed by a trolley. And he also claimed that he got a battlefield promotion in Vietnam when there hadn't been a battlefield promotion since World War I. And he claimed that he went to Harvard. John Lakian did, but it turns out that he actually went to the Cambridge Center for Continuing Education, which his wife pointed out in front of a journalist. So there are a lot of good ones. There are a lot of good ones out there. We'll go out to the phone lines. It can be a local one, can be a federal one, can be a state one, whatever you please. We're just looking for examples where a political campaign has just gone so wrong in a very short period of time, as Shiva Ayyadurai campaign did yesterday when Howie confronted him with the 2004 police report that his, arrest record when his live-in girlfriend called the police because he was allegedly harming her. So before we get to the phone lines, though, I want to play some cuts here. This was Shiva following the licking that he took with Howie on Curt Schilling's radio show. So if we could start out with, let's see here, cut 1, because this is where he describes why he can't talk about certain elements contained in the police report, the arrest report, which you can find at HowieCarrShow.com. Cut 1, Grace.
But more importantly, I signed a non-disparagement agreement, okay?
He signed a non-disparagement agreement. Not a non-disclosure agreement, a non-disparagement agreement. Play cut 1 again, Grace.
But more importantly, I signed a non-disparagement agreement, okay?
So this is an agreement. My sense is that the agreement that he signed was with the victim, whose name we redacted from the arrest report. So he signed an agreement not to disparage her. But in this same interview, just minutes away, he says, cut 2.
It was completely dismissed and erased off my record because, and I'll get you all the facts, because it was a false claim, and I'll go through the details of it.
So he signed a non-disparagement agreement, meaning he cannot disparage the victim, the alleged victim, in the arrest report. But then he says she made a false claim. He disparages her. He accuses her of committing a crime, a la lying to a police officer. You can't make a false report to a police officer. So on the one hand, he can't tell you what exactly happened. He can't share with you those details that would so perfectly exonerate him from what is claimed in the arrest record. But he can tell you that it was completely false and that the victim in this instance lied to the police officers, even though he signed a non-disparagement agreement. It's all very confusing. But I am glad that he was able to make one thing very perfectly clear about where Shiva 2018 stands on the important issues of the day. Let's go to let's see here. Cut 8. This is important. This is a very important plank of his campaign. Cut 8.
I do not support the abuse of women.
Can I quote you on that, Doc? He does not support the abuse of women. Can we play that one again? Cut 8.
I do not support the abuse of women.
And here I was thinking that there were plenty of Republican candidates who did. So I'm glad we got him on record. Shiva Ayyadurai, 2018 campaign for United States Senate. He does not support the abuse of women.
He's a real trailblazer. Really.
Yeah, this is a sign of progress.
What a risky stance
This
to
is
take.
a sign of progress. It took a long time to fight for the 19th Amendment and give women the right to vote, but finally, we have a United States Senate candidate who is willing to stand up there and proudly declare,
I do not support the abuse of women.
Good. I'm glad we settled that. Now we'll go back out to the phone lines now. Carolyn, you're next on this one with Steve Robinson filling in for Howie Carr here on the Howie Carr Show. Go ahead, Carolyn.
Hi, good afternoon. You kind of wrecked my day by mentioning Lincoln Chafee. I'm a Bostonian native, but I live in Rhode Island now. So
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for ruining your day.
Yeah. But let's see if I can make your day. I have the penultimate example of art imitating life, and I know you're both very young. Gary Hart.
Yes.
Two words for you: monkey business. Monkey business.
Yeah. So Gary Hart was the one who said that he was squeaky clean, and he said follow me around, put a tail on me, put a reporter on me, they won't find anything. And then I think it was the Miami Herald put two reporters to follow him around, and they turned up his mistress. What was his mistress's name, Carolyn?
Her name was Donna Rice.
Donna Rice,
and the
yes.
name of the book was Monkey Business. I mean, is that just a keeper or what? I can't believe you know all that. My goodness, you've done a lot of research.
And
I think you're doing a heck of a job. I really enjoy your show.
Hey, thank you very much, Carolyn. I appreciate that. And I'm sorry I ruined your day by bringing up, former governor of metric system. Tony, you're next on this one with Steve Robinson filling in for Howie Carr. Go ahead, Tony.
Hi, Steve.
Hey, what's up, Tony?
Hey, look, I just want to say you guys are doing a great job. I think somebody texted in that want to call in about Marion Barry from Washington, D.C.
Yes.
The classic. Smoking crack.
For a long time, it wasn't just like he went to a party and if the stuff was going around, he was like, "Oh hell, I'll experiment." He was like he was a really committed crack smoker, Tony.
Yeah, he was a committed crack smoker, but it didn't seem to bother the folks in Washington. I think he got reelected after, didn't he?
No, he did. He served multiple terms as mayor of D.C. after they found out that he was a crack addict. I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's dead now, so I feel comfortable saying he was a crack addict because he certainly had problems with the rock, Tony. Hey, thanks for bringing that one up. Appreciate that. Let's see. John Edwards is another good one. Mark Sanford. I mean, come on, we gotta be bipartisan here. We have problems on both sides of this. You got Mark Sanford was the Republican governor of South Carolina who just disappeared for the longest time, and then there was this rumor that he was hiking the Appalachian Trail trying to find himself. No one knew where he was. It was the Mark Sanford disappearance. It turns out he was canoodling with his South American mistress. So that was a good one, and I really like the John Edwards one too because he was so promising. He was going to be the fresh young face in the Democratic Party that was going to propel them to victory. But then, hey, love child. What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
Hair,
love
that
child.
shiny hair that was flopped over. It actually looks a lot like
$400
yours.
haircuts.
Actually looks a lot like yours right now, Steve. You got a little John Edwards going on.
You better stop this. You better stop this. You don't want to start judging me on my appearance, all right?
Someone's getting testy.
Exactly.
You could blow up your career right now.
Maybe I need to go and have a $400 haircut like John Edwards used to, and maybe I could look as good as he does. But I promise you, I don't have any love children running around. You can give us a call at 1-844-500-4242. This is Steve and Grace in for Howie Carr. We're talking about great political scandals. Let's see. Cindy, you're next on this one with Steve filling in for Howie. Go ahead, Cindy.
Hey, Steve. This one happened during the Republican primary campaign, and this was a politician who I think tanked his presidential aspirations. Do you remember when Rand Paul was on Howie's show during the primaries?
Yes, I do. We had him on a couple times.
Right. And Howie was, he asked challenging questions, but it was, Howie does not provide a hostile atmosphere. He's, it's not gotcha questions. And Rand Paul, from right off the bat, was snotty.
Yes, I do remember that. He was really prickly. Yeah, he was really prickly, and I can remember that because I was, I think, a little bit more friendly to Rand Paul, and I had to work with his people to get him on the show, and I try to be friendly with all of these people because it makes my life easier, and I could see the direction that the interview was going in because Rand Paul, just from the beginning of the interview started, he was very, very testy with Howie, and so I was like, man, I got to get some calls up there. I know Howie would take a call with him, and it might be a lifeline. I know Rand Paul's got a bunch of dedicated supporters out there, so I'm thinking get that Rand Paul supporter up there to call in and give him a little backup. And so I put a call through thinking he's going to be supportive, Cindy, and the first thing the caller says is, "Hey, Rand Paul, when are you going to start saying things that are true?" Yeah, and it rapidly devolved from that point. But Cindy, thank you for reminding me of that one. I think speaking of moments that happened on the Howie Carr show, Chris Christie, believe it or not, also had a tough time on the Howie Carr show because Howie didn't like the fact that Chris Christie wants to means test Social Security, which I think is an eminently reasonable idea to means test Social Security. But I just know that I'm never going to get Social Security. Howie's like, what is he into his 10th year collecting?
And Steve, let's be real. This was before Howie wrote all those book titles where you had to insert fat in Chris Christie's name.
Yeah.
We literally had an entire segment calling Chris Christie fat. And this was pre that. So imagine if we had him on now, he'd be super grumpy.
Yeah, that was pretty nasty. I don't think he'd come on unless we put through a box of jelly donuts out on the desk and told him he could come in studio. We'll take some more of your calls on this on the other side. This is Steve Robinson in for Howie Carr, and this is the Howie Carr Show.
Hang on. The Howie Carr Show returns next.
Enough of Elizabeth Warren.
Like you, I've had enough of Warren's rhetoric, calling tax cuts blood money, and people who don't agree with her an ugly stew of racism. I'm Jeff Deal, a father, husband, concerned taxpayer, and the state representative who led the successful effort to repeal automatic gas tax hikes, saving you $2 billion. Elizabeth Warren has spent her time in Washington making money for herself, selling books. I want to put money in your pocket. Join our effort to defeat Elizabeth Warren today by going to dealforsenate.com. That's DIEHL for Senate.com to make a donation. With your help, we'll make Massachusetts great again by defeating Warren and putting your interest first. I'm Jeff Deal, and I approve this message. Paid for and authorized. Deal for U.S. Senate.
It's gonna be a Subaru summer. The feeling is coming on strong. All summer long.
The Subaru Summer All-Wheel Drive Away is going on now. Tackle the day that lies ahead in a brand new 2017 Subaru Forester, built with state-of-the-art safety features from head to toe. During Subaru Summer, you can buy an all-wheel drive Forester for only $22,595 with 0% financing for up to 48 months, or lease for $229 per month for 36 months with $1729 due at signing. And with its versatile design, the Forester can accommodate your needs in a moment's notice. Drive away in a well-equipped Subaru Forester for only $22,595 with 0% financing, or lease for just $229 per month. For complete details and a list of Subaru retailers, visit SubaruofNewEngland.com. Don't miss the Subaru Summer All-Wheel Drive Away.
When our military members enlist, they embark on a mission of protection and service to a nation and people they love. When returning home from that mission, things don't always go as planned. And at any given time, there are over 50,000 veterans homeless in America. The DV Farm in Gilsum, New Hampshire is giving some of these veterans a second chance at a new mission, integrating back into society. But the DV Farm receives no state or federal funding. It survives solely on your donations. Please support our nation's heroes by giving a tax-deductible donation at dvfarm.org. That's dvfarm.org. One homeless veteran is too many. Let's complete this mission together.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
It's great. What the Yes on One campaign represents is people coming together and fighting back against the politicians that have failed them. Now I'm calling on the people to unite and take on an even greater fight. We have a senior senator that seems to be more interested in promoting herself than working for the people of Massachusetts. And if I decide to make this run for the United States Senate, I promise you this. You'll have somebody who will work every day, will not write a book, will be doing everything I can to make sure that I represent your interests. I listen to you. I take that down to Washington, D.C., and I don't crumble when Republicans or Democrats put pressure on me, because I haven't done it on Beacon Hill, and I promise I won't do it in Washington, D.C.
Hey guys, it's Grace from the Howie Carr Show. Gifts are always great, but who really needs more stuff? Let's be honest, between Christmas and the New Year, it's hard to come up with a nice way to give a great gift without just regifting that old fruitcake. But luckily, we have the perfect gift idea for you. It's the Howie Carr Show VIP experience. If someone you know is a fan of Howard Lawrence Carr, then this is the perfect way to celebrate any occasion. Come visit Howie in our brand new studio and watch the entire show. Best part? Well, if you were to ask Howie, he'd probably say the Kowloon. And I can't really disagree. But there is also no other way to see all the behind-the-scenes work that goes into New England's favorite radio show. Get your picture with Howie and a selfie with yours truly. We've had over 100 people enjoy the VIP experience, and the reviews have been stellar. We've even had the occasional guest on air to tell their own funny story to the listeners. So don't delay and buy your VIP experience today at HowieCarrshow.com. Click store. HowieCarrshow.com. Click store.
Hi, this is Howie Carr, attorney at law. Are you a white male who voted for Donald Trump? Do you have a Make America Great sweatshirt or a hat? Have you had a beer since November the 8th? If you answered yes to one or more of the above questions, there's a good chance that you are soon going to be charged with committing a fake hate crime. Will you Be ready, you uneducated redneck. When you get charged with committing a fake hate crime, will you be ready? You need reasonable doubt at a reasonable price. And that's where Howie Carr, attorney at law, Esquire, comes in. Call me at 1-800-FAKE-HRC. 1-800-FAKE-HRC. And we will get you some legal insurance for when it inevitably occurs and you're charged with a fake hate crime.
He might not know how to copy and paste, but he's figured out how to tweet. Follow Howie on Twitter at Howie Carr Show. Now, back to Howie Carr.
This half hour of the Howie Carr Show is powered by Simply Safe. Summer is prime time for burglary, so now is the time to protect your home. For a limited time, you can take a whopping $100 off Simply Safe's special summer package. Go to simplysafehowie.com today. Hurry! This sale ends July 31st. That's simplysafehowie.com. simplysafehowie.com.
This is Steve Robinson filling in for Howie here on the Howie Carr Show, and we're talking about fantastic political implosions you have known after following yesterday's combative interview with Shiva Ayyadurai, a candidate here for the United States Senate running in the Republican primary for the opportunity to face off against Elizabeth Warren. When confronted with the 2004 arrest report alleging domestic abuse against the candidate, he became a little spicy with Howie, and we ended up having to ask him politely to leave the studio. So we're asking, what are some famous political implosions that you have seen, or what are your favorite? Someone texts in at 680 Admiral Stockdale. Who am I? Why am I here? Of course, was Ross Perot's vice presidential candidate. Very, very poignant line from the debate. Very memorable. Kind of like the Lincoln Chafee metric system one. Going back a ways, there was Ed Muskie's Tears. Ed Muskie of Maine was running for, he was a presidential candidate, and it was ended when it looked like he was crying, but he swears up and down, it was snowflakes. There was snowflakes on my cheek. I wasn't crying.
Tears can go so one way or the other.
Yeah,
they can either make it or they can just
As a guy though, I feel like you can't cry. I mean, you can, I think it was effective when there are a few times when Barack Obama cried, following the Newtown shooting. And, that's just a physical response. There's no damage there. But Hillary Clinton I feel like it's edgier it's harder to discern the political impact it's going to have if it's a woman. Because it can either be, anyone would cry at that spot, but, she's weak, she's a woman, she's emotional, she can't cry. Hillary Clinton kind of had that dynamic going for her. There's Bob Dole. When he was running for president in 1996 against Bill Clinton, he was, the age thing was something they were trying to play up. He was 73 years old at the time, and he goes to shake hands with a supporter of his, and he puts his arm on a railing that he thinks is anchored. It's not anchored, it's just decorative, and so he falls off and he grimaces, and he was fine. He was uninjured. It wasn't his fault. It wasn't like he was ailing, but still. Just the optics of it. The optics of it it did in his campaign. The George Allen's macaca moment at a 2006 campaign rally. United States Senator George Allen went off script, and he referred to a tracker from the other side that had been following around as macaca, which was not the tracker's name, but is in fact a pejorative term for Indian Americans. And I guess the tracker was himself a person of color. Very uncouth, very un-PC. I'm surprised no one's brought up the Todd Akin moment. You don't remember the Todd Akin moment?
I'm going to be honest. I remember very few of these, but I find this very interesting.
So Todd Akin was running for the United States Senate, and there was a question about abortion, and it was he was asked, basically, if I recall correctly, he was asked, would you be okay with abortion in the case of rape? And he said, well, if it's a legitimate rape, then the body has ways of dealing with that on its own, basically implying that you can't get pregnant through rape, which is 110% billion false, just absolutely false. Oh, God. We'll go to the phone lines now at 1-844-500-4242. Chris, you're next on this one with Steve Robinson filling in for Howie Carr. Go ahead, Chris.
Hey, Steve, this is the greatest one of all time. Bud Dwyer, the then treasurer.
Oh, that's dark, man. That's dark. That's he ended it. He ended it. That was a career ending.
Final press conference.
Yeah, it was his final press conference. He was never heard from again. No.
He comes out, hands out a couple envelopes to staff members. It looks like a normal press conference. I think he'd just been indicted or convicted. And then he pulls one big envelope out with an even bigger handgun in it and proceeds to blow his brains out, which can be seen on YouTube.
Yeah, he never recovered from that one, Chris. You know,
it's a geyser of blood coming out of his head.
Oh God, the Howard Dean scream.
Fun of it.
This is dark. You're so hateful, Chris. I can't believe you would even call in and bring that up on the show. But you know, the Howard Dean scream. At least he came back from it with his MSNBC gig. But the Bud Dwyer thing, there's really no coming. There's really no coming back from that one. Rich, you're next on this one with Steve Robinson filling in for Howie Carr. Go ahead, Rich. You there, Rich? No, Rich. All right. This is Steve Robinson filling in for Howie Carr here on the Howie Carr Show. We'll be taking some more calls on this subject. We'll keep it going. We got some more news coming from the White House. Sean Spicer is out. We'll talk about his replacement in the next hour. Don't touch that dial.
We could play another commercial, or we could play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
John McCain goes, oh boy, Trump makes my life difficult. He had 15,000 crazies show up. Crazies. He called them all crazy. I said, they weren't crazy. They were great Americans. These people, if you would have seen these people, I know what crazy is. I know all about crazies. These weren't crazy. So he insulted me, and he insulted everybody in that room. And I said, somebody should run against John McCain, who has been, in my opinion, not so hot. And I supported him. I supported him for president. I raised $1 million for him. It's a lot of money. I supported him. He lost. He let us down. But, he lost. So I never liked him as much after that, because I don't like losers. And the poll just came out, and I'm tied with Jeb Bush. And I said, oh, that's too bad. How can I be tied with this guy? He's terrible. He's terrible.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
You've probably heard about all the great benefits of goat milk soap. But did you know some companies take shortcuts? At Old New England Soap, we make our organic goat's milk soap using 36% goat's milk. That's 17% more than most others. Our bars are larger, so they last longer, producing lots of lather packed with vitamins. And our soap is a natural moisturizer that smooths dry and damaged skin. Order online at oldnesoap.com. That's oldnesoap.com. You've tried the rest. Now try the best. oldnesoap.com.
Water-based soaps on supermarket shelves use harsh chemical acids to break down dead skin cells. And that's just not good for you. At Old New England Soap, our soaps are made without chemical ingredients, contain no alcohol or petroleum products, and use 85% organic materials and carry the USDA's organic certification. Try some today. Go to oldnesoap.com. That's oldnesoap.com. oldnesoap.com.
Howie Carr Show continues next.
We could play another commercial, or we could play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
John McCain goes, oh boy, Trump makes my life difficult. He had 15,000 crazies show up. Crazies. He called them all crazy. I said, they weren't crazy. They were great Americans. These people, if you would have seen these people, I know what crazy is. I know all about crazies. These weren't crazy. So he insulted me, and he insulted everybody in that room. And I said, somebody should run against John McCain, who has been, in my opinion, not so hot. And I supported him. I supported him for president. I raised $1 million for him. It's a lot of money. I supported him. He lost. He let us down. But, he lost. So I never liked him as much after that, because I don't like losers. And the poll just came out, and I'm tied with Jeb Bush. And I said, oh, that's too bad. How can I be tied with this guy? He's terrible. He's terrible.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
You've probably heard about all the great benefits of goat milk soap. But did you know some companies take shortcuts? At Old New England Soap, we make our organic goat's milk soap using 36% goat's milk. That's 17% more than most others. Our bars are larger, so they last longer, producing lots of lather packed with vitamins. And our soap is a natural moisturizer that smooths dry and damaged skin. Order online at oldnesoap.com. That's oldnesoap.com. You've tried the rest. Now try the best. oldnesoap.com.
Water-based soaps on supermarket shelves use harsh chemical acids to break down dead skin cells. And that's just not good for you. At Old New England Soap, our soaps are made without chemical ingredients, contain no alcohol or petroleum products, and use 85% organic materials and carry the USDA's organic certification. Try some today. Go to oldnesoap.com. That's oldnesoap.com. oldnesoap.com.
And now one of Howie's biggest fans.
Some of the hats were crocheted, you ignorant Republican. It's pronounced creme de la creme, you stupid Republican. He's 12 years older than me. I wish he'd learn how to speak English. He's 12 years older than I, because you would say he's 12 years older than I am. You wouldn't say he's 12 years older than me am. I wish you would learn English. Go to Mexico, learn English, then climb over this wall that's not going to be built and paid for. Bye. Have you tried the Donald Trump sandwich yet? It's bologna with Russian dressing, a tiny pickle on white. Do you really think everyone of voting age has a driver's license? That shows what an idiot you are. Do you think somebody 97 who wants to vote has a driver's license? You're an idiot. You're the biggest idiot.
Hi, folks. In a world of GMO, genetically modified organisms, that is, chemicals, processed foods, and a healthcare system that's unraveling like a cheap suit, it's time to prepare. God created herbs, and herbs help man. Our body can heal itself, just sometimes we need assistance. You need some help? GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Our mild detox is quite powerful with its unique blend of 8 different herbs. And if you're looking for more, our non-GMO supplements will help you with different needs you might have. Health should be a top priority. Take care of your health naturally. Log on to GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Give your body a treat. Let the herbs do their thing naturally. Read all the testimonies on the website, GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Sickness and viruses are like intruders, and herbs are like warriors. Let the tea work for you. That's GetTheTea.com.
We could play another commercial, or we could play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
So the Mexican government is not happy with me, to put it mildly. And again, I respect Mexico, but their leaders are too smart for our leaders, because we have stupid leaders, okay? You mean it's not politically correct, and yet everybody uses it? All right, so you know what? Give me a different term. Give me a different term. What else would you like to say? Oh, you want me to say that? Okay, no, I'll use the word anchor baby. Excuse me. I'll use the word anchor baby. They dunk people with a cage. Did you see that? They dunk them and drown them. These people make Saddam Hussein look like a choir boy. I know Anthony Weiner for a long time. I knew before they caught him with the bing, 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 right? And he was a bad guy then. It turned out that he was a really bad guy. I beat the people from China. I win against China. You can win against China if you're smart. But our people don't have a clue.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
I'm getting older and noticing that my body just doesn't work as well as it used to. So I like to keep fit as possible by hitting the gym a few times a week. Recently, I started having a nagging bicep pain, and it got so bad I couldn't even lift the weights. When I was complaining about it to a friend, he told me about Angioprim. He said chelation helps remove toxins, heavy metals, and cholesterol in veins and arteries that may cause blockages. You know, after just 1 week of taking Angioprim, the pain was gone, and now I'm back in the gym full strength. Scientific research proves the active ingredient in Angioprim has superior oral chelation action that helps promote cardiovascular health. So to learn more, go to angioprim.com. That's ANGIOPRIM.com, or talk to a trained consultant. Call Angioprim toll free at 877-882-7221.
Better strap yourself in
It's time for the Howie Carr Show.
Shiva, you said a lot of really nasty things about me, and
The fake Trumper Howie Carr.
You said I was having sex with a campaign aide.
Howie Carr won't cover us because him, Holly Robichaud, and Deal are like this. I don't know if they're sleeping together, but
You retweeted some tweet calling me a piece of excrement, and I was just wondering, what did you mean by that, a fake Trumper?
well, I'm not going to go there because I never said those things.
The fake Trumper Howie Carr.
I never said those things.
The fake Trumper Howie Carr.
Live from an undisclosed location.
So I want to know, do you have any skeletons? Do you have any skeletons in your closet?
I have no skeletons in my closet because I'm such a controversial guy.
No
Everything's
skeletons.
out there. Let's talk about
Everything's
everything. But the issue is not about you or me, Howie.
Have you ever been arrested?
Howie, this is not about you or me.
Shiva, have you ever been arrested?
Howie, this is not about you or me.
Yes or no?
Okay?
Have
It's
you
not
been
about
arrested?
you or me. What this is about
Have
is,
you
do
been
you want to beat
arrested?
Elizabeth Warren? Let's talk about Elizabeth Warren. Do you want to talk about that?
Let's talk about your arrest.
Unchained and unstoppable.
I've taken on Gawker Media. I've taken on Monsanto. You take on those
You've
guys.
taken on the cops. You take on your girlfriend, too.
Wait.
That escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
Unchained and unstoppable.
So when I went into that meeting, I was advised by a number of very close people that Howie is a bully. He's going to try to bully you. You know, I do not support the abuse of women. If anyone is proven to have abused a woman, I believe they should be prosecuted to the highest extent of the law. Let me be very clear about that. You know, I do not support the abuse of women. There's some aspect of me that always is committed to the truth.
You had
As
no idea
Republicans
this
are
was
gonna
coming
defeat
up?
her. No way, man. So I was frankly completely shocked.
Rump swabs, hacks, and moonbats beware. It's Howie Carr.
Welcome, everybody, to the Howie Carr Show. This is Steve Robinson, Howie's executive producer, filling in for him all day today. Howie was dispatched down to the White House. I got an update from him, and we'll be sharing that with you at some point during the show. We may even get a call in from the captain himself, but he is down in Washington, D.C., so I'm filling in for him. And yesterday, we shared with the Newsmax audience as well as our radio audience a spectacular segment of radio when Howie Carr confronted Senate candidate Shiva Ayyadurai. He's a Republican. He's running in the Republican primary for a chance to face off against Democrat and fake Indian Elizabeth Warren. Pocahontas.
Because I'm the guy who can beat her.
He is the guy who can beat her. As we revealed yesterday, in 2004, there was a document that was given to Howie Carr that is an arrest report that details a set of lurid accusations Shiva's then live-in girlfriend made against him. And that full document is available for you at HowieCarrShow.com. And if you want to see...
You know, I do not support the abuse of women.
Yes, that came from an interview that he did this morning with Kurt Schilling on Whatever It Takes, Kurt's Breitbart show. He came out firmly opposed to the abuse of women, which I think in this day and age is a remarkable sign of progress, that you have a Republican candidate for the Senate who is willing to come out firmly and boldly proclaim, I do not support the abuse of women. I was thinking about this, and there's very rarely do you get front row tickets to see the spectacular downfall of a political campaign. Only a few people got to be in the audience when Howard Dean made that infamous scream that played on the nightly news over and over and over again and wrecked his presidential ambitions. But Grace and I were fortunate enough to be in studio to witness the entire thing. It was tense. It was very tense. I don't know if you've ever been. I don't know if you're conflict averse. This wasn't just like a.
I'm very conflict averse.
Yeah, you are. You were safely in the back corner.
I didn't think Howie. I honestly did not think Howie was going to be able to go through with it because I think that things over the phone, interviews over the phone, are easier to kind of. I don't know, get into it.
There's no doubt about that. And see, the smart politicians like Marty Walsh, the mayor of Boston, he knows that if he's gonna come on air with the trash man, if he's gonna come on air with Howie Carr, he's gonna be sitting there face to face with him because he's hoping you get that in-person thing, and maybe you're not gonna shank him as hard. But that was not going to be the case with Shiva, because Shiva had said some really nasty things about Howie Carr.
But even when he came in here, you could tell it was a different vibe than when a lot of politicians come in here.
Yeah.
He was determined. I think he knew that this was going to get rough.
Well, yeah. I mean, he had to, because the Tuesday before we went through all the audio, and we had a little bit of sport at his expense because he called Howie a fake Trumper. And it was like, it was maybe like 20 minutes before the interview was set to go, and I saw Shiva and his crew pull in out the window, and I was like, I got to keep them apart. I got to keep them apart. It's like if you got fighting cocks or fighting dogs. I don't know if you've ever been to a dog fight, but if you got fighting dogs, you got to keep them apart. No, I'm just kidding. I've never been to a dog fight.
Oh
Grace,
my God, I was horrified. Although the show I am watching, there was a cockfight, so I did see that.
I mean, I would like to go to a cockfight, but that's the story for another time. But anyways, I tried to keep them apart for as long as I could because I wanted to wait for the tension, the elastic tension that had been building to kind of snap right on air. And it did. And it was spectacular. You heard a little bit of it there in the intro. But based on that, we're asking the audience to call in for the Newsmax audience. We're asking people to call in with what's your favorite political scandal, gaffe, just that moment where it just kind of crystallizes. And a politician who's been running for a really long time, who was very hopeful, well-funded, smart, looked good, had the right hair, right policies, everything was falling into place, but then just that one thing happens and boom, they're done. They're working at a KFC. They look like a homeless person catching, trying to get money so they can buy a tea fare so they can, get back home to their mother's basement or something like that. Wide stance is a good one. Everybody knows what I'm talking about with a wide stance. The Larry Craig. In 2007, Larry Craig, he was a United States Senator from Idaho, and I guess there's this whole secret gay culture where you go into a restroom and you tap your foot over underneath the stall, and that's like a signal that like, hey, you want to get freaky in an airport bathroom. I don't know about you, Grace, but I've never been, had a layover stuck in O'Hare, and I'm thinking, you know what I want to do? I want to crawl up into an airport restroom and see if I can get freaky with a stranger.
I mean, neither have I, but I'm definitely not going to be tapping my foot in any bathroom ever for the rest of my life. What if you just have a jingle in your head and you got a little tap going?
No, but see, it wasn't just the tap. It wasn't just the tap. It was the widening of his stance. And so the person that he was trying to initiate this, sexual encounter with in a bathroom in an airport turned out to be a police officer. And so I guess he's doing the foot tap, and then he gets a little bit more aggressive, and he sticks his hand down underneath the stall with his palm up. But eventually he gets arrested, and his excuse was, no, I wasn't trying to initiate any lewd behavior. I just have a wide stance. I'm a wide guy. But that was Larry Craig, the senator from Idaho. And there are a bunch of other ones. I mean, we know a lot of them. There's some coming in on the text line here. We've been through the Rick Perry, not remembering the third federal agency that he wanted to get rid of. But we want to get him. We want to hear from you. Give us a call, 844-500-4242. That's the General Communications listener line. That's also the number you can call if you want to leave our message on the Chump line. For those of you who don't know, the Chump line's the recorded voicemail messaging service of the Howie Carr Show. You call there, you leave a message, make it nice and funny, and we'll play it at 5 o'clock on the radio program. So you call 844-500-4242, press 2 for the Chump line. Great day to leave a message. And you might speculate in your Chump line message, where's Howie Carr? Where is Howie Carr? I could tell you, he's in Washington, D.C. right now. What's he doing? What's he doing down in Washington, D.C.? We'll go to the phone line now with your favorite political scandal. Matt, you're first on this one with Steve Robinson filling in for Howie Carr. Go ahead, Matt.
Hey, so many years ago, and I won't name my state, I was working for the state senate, and I was voluntold in my off hours, one of the races I was supposed to go help. So I show up, and we're in this small campaign office, and the candidate says, well, you'll probably see this on the news soon, but me and so-and-so, who I'm getting married to, we're first cousins. And the guy was doomed.
First cousins?
Anyway, but,
he's running for office, and he's engaged to his first cousin?
Yeah. The best part was there's this older gentleman. He was a state rep, and I think he was a transplant from the South. Proper Southern gentleman, pleasant guy. Yeah, and when the candidate turned his head, I just looked at this older gentleman, and his eyes had just almost popped out of his head.
Oh, Matt, that's a great one. I'm gonna have to do some Google sleuthing and see if I can find that one, because that's a good one. That's too good not to look into. And here's the thing, Matt. First cousins, that's a little severe, but I grew up in Maine. I draw the line at second cousins. Hard and fast. Second
Any cousins. First, second, third, fourth,
second cousins.
fifth.
Second cousins. We're all cousins. If you go back far enough, we're all cousins. You got to draw the line at second cousins. It's the next frontier of social justice. I'm telling you that, Grace. Sean, you're next on this one with Steve Robinson filling in for Howie Carr. Go ahead, Sean.
Hey, Steve. Great topic. You're pretty well read for a young guy, remembering all these old political gaps.
Thanks, Sean.
I was calling into. You there?
Yeah, I'm here. Go ahead, man.
Yeah. Do you remember the Shannon O'Brien with Mitt Romney in the debate when they were running for governor? I believe she
was
said,
this about birth control or abortion? I don't know. Fill me in. I'm not familiar with it.
It was right before that. She said to Mitt, "Would you like to see my tattoo?" And then I believe it went downhill from there.
Oh, yes, I think I do remember something about that. Yeah. But see, that wasn't a career ender for Mitt. I think the career ender for Mitt was when George Stephanopoulos started talking to him about contraceptives, which had never even been part of the conversation. And then the left-wing media started scaring people about how Mitt Romney, the Mormon's going to take away your birth control. That was more damaging to him than the tattoo one, right?
Well, he won the governorship at that point. He won that election for governor. And then he went on to go to, obviously the presidential one. But yeah, you're right. Mitt wasn't prepared for that question when he was at that debate for the presidential.
Yeah, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. There are some questions that it's hard to prepare to respond to. And just like when other Massachusetts gubernatorial races, Mike Dukakis being asked about the death penalty and what he would do if Kitty Dukakis' wife was raped and murdered. He just has like no outrage to that question whatsoever. Hey, that was a good one, Sean. Appreciate it. This is Steve Robinson.
Hey, great job. Keep it up.
Hey, thank you. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll be back on the other side with our poll question, which I think you guys will find is interesting. We'll take more calls, and after the bottom of the hour, we're going to be joined by a senior correspondent from Newsmax. He covers the White House. He was in the press briefing next, so he'll be able to share that with us. We'll take a quick break here. This is Steve in for Howie. Back in a minute.
Don't move. Howie Carr is back next.
When it's time to choose a car dealer, we know you have plenty of options. So why not choose the dealer that has the most options for you? When it comes to selection, Banks Chevrolet GMC Buick and Concord has the inventory with over 2,000 vehicles in stock. We know that price matters, and Banks offers the lowest, most transparent pricing around. And convenience? With our full-service internet department, you can browse online or call ahead to take care of most of the details before you even walk through the door. As New England's highest volume GM dealer, we encourage you to visit our dealership to experience the Banks difference.
Lease a 2017 Chevy Silverado 1500 double cab for only $235 per month with zero due at signing. Payment for current non-GM lessees for 36 months includes select bonus cash with credit approval.
Chevrolet, find new roads. Browse our selection online at banksautos.com. Banks Chevrolet Cadillac Buick GMC in Concord, New Hampshire. Real prices, huge inventory, always in stock.
When your business vehicles get dirty and your customers see that dirt is literally on your good name. But how do you keep your vehicles clean without pulling them off the road for hours? With pressure washers from Maine Oxy. Maine Oxy now carries pressure washers for jobs of any size. Clean your fleet in minutes and your good name. Call Maine Oxy for a free on-site demo, and Maine Oxy will bring you 5 gallons of soap free. That'll keep your good name clean for quite a while. Call today, MaineOxy.com.
For industrial gas, for specialty gas, call Maine Oxy.
You own a small business. Now make it official with T-shirts for your staff. Do what I did. Call Tax Free Tees.
If you're looking for custom T-shirts and apparel, call the experts at Tax Free Tees. They print all the T-shirts for the Howie Carr store, and there's a reason why. Tax Free Tees has the fastest turnaround, and there are no setup or design fees. And Tax Free Tees has low minimums. You don't need to order 100 shirts. If you need custom T-shirts, sweatshirts, hats, or apparel of any kind, do what Howie did. Call Tax Free Tees or visit them online at dowhathowiedid.com. That's dowhathowiedid.com.
Dowhathowiedid.com. Dowhathowiedid.com.
We could play another commercial.
What the Yes on One campaign represents is people coming together and fighting back against the politicians that have failed them. Now I'm calling on the people to unite and take on an even greater fight. We have a senior senator that seems to be more interested in promoting herself than working for the people of Massachusetts. And if I decide to make this run for the United States Senate, I promise you this. You'll have somebody who will work every day, will not write a book, will be doing everything I can to make sure that I represent your interests. I listen to you I take that down to Washington, D.C., and I don't crumble when Republicans or Democrats put pressure on me, because I haven't done it on Beacon Hill, and I promise I won't do it in Washington, D.C.
Carr Show.
Hi, this is Andrea from Ever So Humble Pie Company in East Walpole. Well, it's that time of year when comfort food is king. And now, in addition to our delectable dessert pies, we're offering home-style classics like chicken pot pie, shepherd's pie, and Canadian meat pie. Simply turn on your oven and you'll have a wholesome, hearty meal. Pick up a fruit pie while you're here, and you've got dinner and dessert from Ever So Humble Pie Company. For more information, call us at 508-660-9731 or visit us at eversohumble.com. That's eversohumble.com.
It's here, Howie Carr's latest book, Kennedy Babylon, A Century of Depravity and Scandal. Kennedy Babylon is a whirlwind tour of scandals from the days of the Kennedy clan's rabidly anti-Semitic patriarch to the death of JFK Jr. Ann Coulter says Howie Carr is making Kennedy books great again. You'll love the never-before-seen images of the Kennedy family in Howie Carr's latest book, Kennedy Babylon, A Century of Depravity and Scandal. Now shipping. Order today at HowieCarrShow.com. Click Kennedy Babylon.
If your home has hard water, then it's likely that limescale is clogging your pipes, damaging your appliances, costing you hundreds of dollars each year. You can eliminate limescale in the entire house with HydroCare products available at Wave Home Solutions. Easy and efficient with no maintenance, no salts, no chemicals, and no coils. And you can buy with confidence from Wave Home Solutions. Performance guaranteed. Just go to bestwater411.com. That's bestwater411.com.
So, you love talk radio? Then you'll love TalkStreamLive.com. TalkStream Live is always on with the best streaming talk shows. Find your favorite talkers and discover some new ones. It's free, readily available online or on mobile with any smartphone or tablet. Finding your favorite talk shows all in one place has gotten a whole lot easier. Just go to TalkStreamLive.com. Be sure to download the free apps from Google Play or the iTunes App Store.
Want to spend a day in studio with Howie Carr? Get to HowieCarrShow.com and click store to get tickets to Howie's in-studio VIP experience. Now, back to Howie Carr.
This is Steve Robinson in for Howie Carr here on the Howie Carr Show, and we're talking about great political scandals of our time. And the reason why we wanted to talk about this is because we had one on the show yesterday in this hour, in this studio, right where I'm sitting. Your lovely host, Howie Carr, confronted Senate candidate Shiva Ayyadurai with his arrest record from a 2004 incident in which he allegedly, his live-in girlfriend alleges that she was accosted. It's very lurid stuff. You can read all about it at HowieCarrShow.com. Read Howie's column there. And so we're asking people to call in, text in at 680-680, or you can call 844-500-4242 with your favorite political scandal. In the pantheon of political scandals, what's your favorite? I have to relate to one to you that Howie told me about. There's a guy named George Karyotis, and I'm sorry if I don't get the details of this right, because Howie's the guy who's been covering this beat for a long time, but he was a businessman in '86, and he was running against Dukakis, and he was basically just kind of put out there as cannon fodder. He was a political neophyte, and so Howie's out at his house trying to do a live shot with him, and he looks in his driveway, and there's a Mercedes-Benz sitting in his driveway. And so Howie, he notices Howie taking pictures there, and he goes, I usually keep that in the garage because I don't want people to know I drive a Mercedes. And another Karyotis one is they're celebrating some kind of the anniversary of some legislative thing that was accomplished because like a Dukakis tax hike or something like that. And Karyotis is in there, and he's handed a knife to cut a cake, and he hands it to Martha Bradley, who is now Martha Raddatz, and says, "Here, take this. I don't want to do this. This is woman's work."
No, really?
Yeah, he wouldn't cut a cake. He passed off the knife to a woman. He said, "This is. I don't want to do this. This is a woman's work."
But did he say it like that, or was he more like, "Oh, you'll be good at this"?
No, he said woman's work. He uttered the phrase "woman's work." That would be like me being like, Grace, go fetch me a whoopie pie from the freezer during the next break. I'm a little peckish right now.
Well, when I have to open cans of salsa, I usually say, Steve, will you come in here?
That's different.
This is man's work.
That's different because your small womanly hands lacked the dexterity and strength to open up a jar of salsa.
Or maybe I just was feeling lazy.
Well, Howie may be gone, dispatched on an emergency mission down to Washington, D.C., which we will tell you more about later in the show. But the poll question remains. Today's poll question is brought to you by Casper. Get a Casper mattress and sleep cool and comfortable every night. It's a higher quality mattress at a more affordable price. Test it yourself for 100 nights risk-free. Use code Howie at Casper.com for $50 towards the purchase of your mattress. Terms and conditions apply. Now, the poll question pertains to both the interview yesterday, which people on the text line are saying it was very, very stressful. Yes, it was. Very stressful for us. What do you think? 978. What do you think it was like for me and Grace? We were sweating this one out. We saw the train wreck coming, and we just had to be here to keep it on the rails. But after that, after Dr. Iadori was confronted with the police record and got into a very, very tense exchange with Howard Lawrence Carr. This morning, he did an interview with Kurt Schilling on his Breitbart.com show, Whatever It Takes, which airs from 9 to 11. And in that interview, he took another shot at Howie, and he continued to dig. But we'll play first the shot about what he said about Howie.
So when I went into that meeting, I was advised by a number of very close people that Howie is a bully. He's going to try to bully you and not want to discuss the issues with Elizabeth Warren.
So Howie Carr is a bully. He's been called a lot of things. Shiva called him a fake Trumper, and he called him a bully this morning. So what's the poll question, Grace Curley, and what are the results thus far?
Is Howie Carr a bully?
I'm going to go out on a limb and say, no, Howie Carr is not a bully. I've never been bullied by him. I just haven't. And I think what you saw, what you may have witnessed, and if you want to see it again, you can see it at HowieCarrShow.com. The video is posted along with the arrest report. That was just good, solid journalism. And I think he did the Republican Party a solid because Elizabeth Warren would have eaten Shiva alive if that police report came out after Shiva had won a primary election. It's a political career ender.
Well, 81% of people are saying no, Howie Carr is not a bully.
Well, Howie would be pleased with those results. I actually think that they're a little bit low, to be honest.
Yeah, I do too.
We'll go take a quick call here. John on line 3. You're next, John. Go ahead.
Hey, Steve. You're doing a great job. It sounds like I missed a great show yesterday.
You can watch it all at HowieCarrShow.com. Full video is posted. You did. It was pretty fantastic. Howie was in rare form. Jeez.
Now, I haven't heard if you mentioned Gary Johnson yet. What is Aleppo?
Oh, God. How could I let that slip? Yes. Oh, man. I guess I had my own Gary Johnson moment. Yeah. No, so Gary Johnson, the libertarian candidate for president, is asked, right. What was it? It was on MSNBC. It was Joe and Mika, right, who were doing the questioning, and they asked him something about Syria, Aleppo, and he says, oh, what is Aleppo? Yeah, that was a good one. That was a good one. And that's just so funny because there's some of these rare gaffes where the candidate's demeanor and appearance amplify the gaffe. Coming up next, we're going to have John Gizzi, senior correspondent from Newsmax. He was in the White House press briefing today. He'll tell us everything we need to know about D.C. This is Steve Robinson in for Howie Carr. This is the Howie Carr Show.
And now, 60 seconds of liberals freaking out over the election of Donald J. Trump.
You're awake, by the way. You're not having a terrible, terrible dream. Also, you're not dead and you haven't gone to hell. This is your life now. This is our election now. This is us. This is our country.
This is a different Earth today than it was 24 hours ago. It's a different place because it just is different.
The woman who President Obama called the most qualified person ever to run for the White House couldn't break through. The question remains, who can?
Deeper concerns tonight that the world's shining light of democracy has gone dark.
Decency lost last night, and that's what's so hurtful about this.
This was a white lash. This was a white lash against a changing country. It was a white lash against a black president in part. And that's the part where the pain comes.
How do we explain how this is possible?
How did this happen?
Trump derangement syndrome. It's a real thing, folks.
Hey there. Quick question for you.
Would you be okay with more energy, more endurance, thicker, healthier hair, a better mood, reduced appearance of wrinkles, improved sleep, improved blood pressure and cholesterol profiles, improved vision, improved memory? Okay then. Well now, have you heard of Nature's Youth RSF? It's from the anti-aging experts at nature'syouth.com. nature'syouth.com. See, at Nature's Youth, they understand exactly what it means to provide top quality health products. And Nature's Youth customers not only improve their health, they know they're also providing their body with the right nourishment to maintain that peak performance and fight the aging process. If health, wellness, and nutrition are what you desire, choose Nature's Youth RSF. I did. You see, you're going to get older. It's just up to you how you feel when you get there. Get started today. Nature's Youth RSF. Simple to use, simple to order. Go to nature'syouth.com. That's nature'syouth.com. nature'syouth.com.
PatriotPrepared.com carries the leading brands of storable food from Numana, Legacy, and Heaven's Harvest. Patriot Prepared. Our name says it all. We're dedicated to empowering you to be self-reliant and confident in any circumstance. Whether you want to be prepared in the event of an emergency or you're an outdoor sports enthusiast, PatriotPrepared.com has prepackaged meals and kits for your entire family. Legacy, Heaven's Harvest, and Numana are known for high-quality, great-tasting, GMO-free, nutritious food with no chemical preservatives. Simple to prepare, easy to store, gluten-free and organic high-quality nutrition options with a 25-year shelf life. You can't beat the feeling of being food secure when you need it most. So go to PatriotPrepared.com right now to pick up your supply of high-quality storable food for your family, because it makes good sense to be prepared. That's PatriotPrepared.com.
We could play another commercial, or we could play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
You know, they say when you do this kind of an event, you always start out with a self-deprecating joke. Some people think this would be tough for me, but the truth is... The truth is I'm actually a modest person, very modest. It's true. In fact, many people tell me that modesty is perhaps my best quality. I'd like to address an important religious matter, the issue of going to confession, or as Hillary calls it, the 4th of July weekend with FBI Director Comey.
This is the Howie Carr Show. Read the uncut edition of Howie's latest Boston Herald column at HowieCarrShow.com. This is the Howie Carr Show.
This half hour of the Howie Carr Show is powered by Liquor and More, now with 6 locations in Plymouth, Bourne, Dennis, Wellfleet, Yarmouth, and Orleans. Liquor and More, a proud supporter of life's memorable moments.
This is Steve Robinson, Howie Carr's executive producer, filling in for him. He was dispatched down to Washington, D.C. We'll have more on that later in the show. Joining us now on the news line is John Gizzi. He's the chief political columnist and White House correspondent for Newsmax. You can follow him on Twitter at John Gizzi, Gizzi. John has been, I know him from my time in D.C. He's been following politics in the nation's capital for a long time. I won't try to date him, but John, you were in the press briefing.
Thank you, Steve.
You were in the press briefing today. A big day for any White House correspondent. Sean Spicer is out. Anthony Scaramucci, a longtime advisor to President Trump, is in. Sarah Huckabee Sanders will now be the press secretary. What was the mood like in that press briefing room today, John?
Well, Steve, it was 90 to 95 degrees outside, but I would say it was probably over 100 in the press briefing room today at the White House. Very clearly, this was an announcement, while not surprising in itself, its timing caught everyone off base. People expected Sean Spicer to be booted upstairs as communications director and Sarah Sanders to take over as the spokesman giving the briefings. This is not how it worked out. Sean Spicer is out. All sources say that the president made this decision on his own over the head of Chief of Staff Reince Priebus. And then he turned to Anthony Scaramucci, longtime advisor, television host, and financier, to become Director of Communications at the White House. This decision comes reportedly over the opposition of Steve Bannon, Chief of Staff Priebus, and Spicer in his way out the door.
And so Sean Spicer, I guess what I've seen reported in the New York Times and various other places, Sean Spicer resigned in protest of this decision. Is that what your reporting is also confirming, John Gizzi?
No, it is not so much protest. Sean was going to leave anyway, but this is what you might call a parting shot. He let the president know his feelings, and then he left. In other words, the resignation was in the proverbial pipeline before it was announced. The Scaramucci rejoinder from Sean Spicer came on the way out the door.
And of course, tonight, as people have been saying, their Scaramucci and Spicer are going to be having dueling appearances on Sean Hannity. So that'll be interesting to see more fireworks. I tell you, there's a lot of tell-all books that are being shopped around, and I bet Sean Spicer has got one to write if he didn't sign a non-disclosure agreement, that is. We're talking with John Gizzi. He's the chief political economist and White House correspondent for Newsmax. He's an old gumshoe who's been in D.C. covering politics for a long time. And I do want to get eventually to the special counsel and some of the news that came out. But first, you were talking about how this decision came over the objections of Chief of Staff Reince Priebus and Strategic Advisor Steve Bannon. What do we know right now? What do you know about the dynamic between those two? And is there any truth to the rumor that's floating around, like on the Drudge Report, that these two guys who have been there since Inauguration Day with President Trump and for Bannon long during the campaign, are they on their way out?
Well, Anthony Scaramucci said no. He said he has a very good relationship with both of them. He loves the guys. Then again, he loves President Trump and a lot of other people. But he indicated very strongly that they were going to stay, as he did when I asked him about General McMaster, the National Security Advisor. He also tried to make it clear to this reporter that there were going to be no dramatic resignations of the Spicer category in the very near future. Now, I would say that were the Chief of Staff and Steve Bannon to leave, that would create the image, fairly or unfairly, that this president is not in control of his official family. One also has to realize that Donald Trump would probably find himself in a situation that is fatal for any president, not being able to attract talent to these top jobs. Put another way, who would want to work for someone who goes through his top team in 6 months?
Yeah, 6 months and a day would be, I guess, the official tenure of Sean Spicer as White House press secretary. Now,
second shortest of any press secretary in the history of the position.
Oof. That's not something you necessarily want to. That's not I guess, an accommodation that you want to brag about, John Gizzi of Newsmax. So another thing that happened this week. President Trump bizarrely gave this interview to the New York Times in which he revealed that he's still very much displeased with his Attorney General, Jeff Sessions. Jeff Sessions, for those of you who followed the campaign, was, I think, the first United States Senator to come out and publicly endorse him during his presidential campaign, was a stalwart ally of him, informed a number of his immigration policies, was really helping him. He took Steve Miller, one of the brilliant minds in Senator Sessions' office, went to go and work on the campaign. He's now in the White House. So there's a strong overlap between the Jeff Sessions universe and the Donald Trump universe. But now there's this tension with him. Have you seen this level of tension, John Gizzi, between a White House and the Department of Justice and the Attorney General leading it?
Not in recent times. I can say that during the Nixon administration, there certainly was tension between the White House and the Justice Department. And since then, hardly ever, because usually people who are at the Justice Department are people who work closely with the White House staff and the Office of the Counsel to the President. Now, here's another problem that makes people very nervous about President Trump. Jeff Sessions is not only, as you say, the first senator to endorse him, but someone who considers himself a friend of the president's. And when you start criticizing your own friends in public, that's a very bad sign, because others who are not as close to the president, Sean Spicer is a case in point, one is not surprised when they leave. One would be flabbergasted and speechless if the Attorney General, the president's lawyer, left. And similarly, the president has vetoed choices of Secretary of State Rex Tillerson for ambassadorships and lower echelon positions in the State Department. I can think of two examples right now. You do that enough, and it becomes popular knowledge, or it's leaked. It's going to hurt like the dickens in the long run.
And yeah, it really strikes me. I mean, Jeff Sessions, you might not know this, John, but he was a frequent guest on the Howie Carr show. He was on even after he became Attorney General. There's a good relationship between him and the show. The audience knows him, and they know the depth of his commitment to President Trump. So it really is unusual for President Trump to be attacking him in this way. But he wasn't the only one that was, on the end of a verbal lashing that President Trump gave to, of all places, the failing New York Times. I mean, this seems very odd that he would invite, what was it, a 50-minute exclusive interview that he gave to the failing New York Times? I thought that was very unusual, but he also went after Rod Rosenstein. What's the angle on that, John Gizzi of Newsmax?
Well, it's very simple, and I asked about it at the White House yesterday. Rod Rosenstein, the Deputy Attorney General, is the official who's responsible for Robert Mueller. There was speculation whether or not an independent counsel, the official name for special prosecutor, would be appointed. And then one morning, he was appointed, and his appointment came from the Department of Justice under the aegis of, you guessed it, Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein. By the way, at the briefing when I asked this question yesterday, I called him Ron Brownstein, confusing him with my colleague, the Los Angeles Times correspondent. But I quickly rebounded and corrected myself. And Sarah Sanders said that while she doesn't know this Brownstein character, Rod Rosenstein would remain where he was, as would Attorney General Sessions.
Well, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, very, very quick on her feet, serving ably, and today on camera, as it turns out. But last thing I want to get you on, John Gizzi, chief political columnist for Newsmax, their White House correspondent. You've been following this special counsel, independent counsel situation very closely. There are a lot of rumors going around right now that this interview with the New York Times, the shots that he's taking against Jeff Sessions, against Rod Rosenstein, the Deputy Attorney General now overseeing, or who made the appointment and would have to be, I think he's the one who would have to end up firing Bob Mueller, the special counsel. They're saying that this interview was just a prelude to what will ultimately be Trump taking the actions he needs to dissolve the special counsel, to fire Bob Mueller. Do you think that's going to happen, and what happens if he does?
No, and let me tell you why. Rod Rosenstein, in all likelihood, would resign as Deputy Attorney General, and rather than fire Robert Mueller. Why? Because Mueller has his confidence, and Mueller took the job at the behest of the Deputy Attorney General. That would make the word and the promises of Mr. Rosenstein be worthless, and he would lose considerable respect in the public. Were that the case, it would be the next person in line in the Justice Department, the Solicitor General, and he would move up to be Deputy Attorney General and have to do the firing at that point. I'm sure in the process, Attorney General Sessions would probably resign as well. Remember, the independent counsel serves at the behest of the Department of Justice. And there's one other factor. If Donald Trump were to do this, it would certainly shake his base as well as shake support among Republican members of Congress. And I have to say that given the assaults on his credibility already, this would be just digging a hole. even further. It would be for Donald Trump shooting craps with destiny.
Oh, well, thank you very much for joining us, John Gizzi, chief political columnist and White House correspondent for Newsmax. We appreciate it, and we really hope to get you back on when Howie Carr is back here, not taking a slide from his own show, so he can be down there in Washington, D.C. with you and the president. But thanks a lot. I appreciate your insight, John Gizzi.
I look forward to it. Thanks for having me, Steve, and nice to reconnect with you.
Yeah, nice reconnecting with you as well, John. Always a pleasure to talk with him, a veteran correspondent of Washington, D.C., with the insight that you can't get from just reading a book or two. You got to have some experience around there. So we'll talk a little bit about Bob Mueller here. If you want to give us a call, 844-500-4242. Do you think that President Trump should take the steps necessary to dissolve the special counsel? Should President Trump fire Bob Mueller? Is this whole thing just a witch hunt? And if it is a witch hunt, should he fire him? That's the question we're asking at 1-844-500-4242. This is Steve Robinson in for Howie Carr, and this is the Howie Carr Show.
The Howie Carr Show.
Howie Carr here. A couple of questions for you. Where do you keep your prized possessions and your guns when you're going away? Who is safeguarding them? If you own gold, jewelry, or guns, you need a Liberty safe. They're the best-selling safes. I own a Liberty safe, and I love mine. It's made in the USA with the best materials and craftsmanship. Now offering 0% financing for 12 months. You can be confident with a Liberty safe. It will protect your valuables for a lifetime. Visit New Hampshire's largest Liberty safe dealer online at libertysafenh.com.
Hi, folks. Let's wind the clocks back 60 years. Food was different. Food provided health and nutrition, and using supplements was minimal. Unfortunately, now we have chemicals, GMOs, herbicides, and pesticides that can be quite lethal in the name of our food supply. And, of course, the ever-loving dollar. Supplementing our diets can be very important to stay healthy. Cleansing from daily intruders to the body might be critical. Live strong and take charge. Log on to getthetea.com. Our herbal tea is a great way to cleanse from intruders. Our supplements is a great way to maintain and improve your health. When your health is not up to par, go to getthetea.com. No GMOs, no fillers, and organic, and very helpful in keeping you at the top of your game. Life is too short to feel, you know what I mean. Stay in the game, at the top of your game with getthetea.com. That's getthetea.com. Again, getthetea.com.
The American healthcare system is in ruins.
The price of Obamacare plans, the average premiums are expected to rise by 25% next year.
The Art of American Healthcare by Dr. Peter Warner exposes the ugly truths behind how the healthcare system is being destroyed and reveals that Obamacare is only part of the problem. The Art of American Healthcare will teach you how to navigate and disrupt the system so that you, the patient, can finally get the healthcare you deserve. The Art of American Healthcare by Dr. Peter Warner. Available on Amazon.com and at fine bookstores everywhere. We could play another commercial.
What the Yes on One campaign represents is people coming together and fighting back against the politicians that have failed them. Now I'm calling on the people to unite and take on an even greater fight. We have a senior senator that seems to be more interested in promoting herself than working for the people of Massachusetts. And if I decide to make this run for the United States Senate, I promise you this. You'll have somebody who will work every day, will not write a book, will be doing everything I can to make sure that I represent your interests. I listen to you. I take that down to Washington, D.C., and I don't crumble when Republicans or Democrats put pressure on me, because I haven't done it on Beacon Hill, and I promise I won't do it in Washington, D.C.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Many legislators claim to be for lower taxes and government transparency, but are they really? Massachusetts Fiscal Alliance keeps you informed by posting the voting records of our elected officials. You can log on to our website at massfiscal.org. Click Scorecard to see how your legislator is voting on Beacon Hill. And while you're there, make a donation. And be sure to join our email list so you can stay up to date with the latest information on what's happening at the State House with Massachusetts Fiscal Alliance.
Paid for by the Mass Fiscal Alliance, Rick Green, Chairman.
Hi, I'm Howie Carr, and I'm here with Rick Green of the Mass Fiscal Alliance. Wow, Mass Fiscal is really driving the Moonbats crazy.
Who knew putting voting records online would be so controversial? Many legislators claim to be for lower taxes and government transparency, but they sure don't vote that way.
Your group is just what this state needs. How can the listeners help you guys?
Just have them visit our website at www.massfiscal.org. They can join our email list and donate if they like. And of course, make sure they check out our scorecard to see how their legislators voted.
Paid for by the Mass Fiscal Alliance. Rick Green, Chairman.
Would odors, mold, and mildew describe your basement or crawl space? It doesn't have to be that way. Transform them into a fresh, healthy, usable one with the technologically advanced Wave moisture control units. The computerized operation maximizes moisture control and also expels harmful radon, combustion gases, and numerous other pollutants. Dehumidifiers are old technology that do nothing for air quality and waste energy. Wave units are intelligent, self-monitoring, do not need maintenance, and will save you hundreds in electricity. Wave units are still running effectively over 15 years. They've been tested and installed in public and military housing and by property managers nationwide. Buy a unit now, and if your home is not fresher and drier, you can return it for a full refund for up to 12 months. What have you got to lose? Call now. 1-888-618-WAVE. 1-888-618-WAVE. Or visit mydryhome.com. That's mydryhome.com.
Wave Home Solutions for a healthy, comfortable home.
He says it because he means it. This is the Howie Carr Show.
Welcome back to the Howie Carr Show, everybody. This is Steve Robinson, Howie Carr's executive producer, filling in for him today. Howie called away to the White House. If you go on to Twitter right now, find me at BigSteve207. There's a clue for you there about what Howie's doing in Washington, D.C. right now, and we'll be sure to tell you exactly what he's doing after the top of the hour before we start the Chump Line. The Chump Line obviously will be here. But we're asking now, should President Trump fire Bob Mueller, this special counsel who's been hired on our dime to dig into the I guess it's supposed to be a criminal investigation, but he's decided that it's going to be also a counterintelligence investigation. He's taking a very wide purview, as many experts expected that he would, and many legal experts expected that these special counsel investigations, they become sprawling. They can look into anything. They can look under any stone. In an interview with the New York Times, President Trump said that if Bob Mueller decided to look into some of his family's business dealings, that for him would be a red line. He didn't specify exactly what actions he would take, but the speculation is that President Trump is getting ready to set in motion a process that would lead to the firing of Bob Mueller. There's some confusion as to whether he can just fire him, or Rod Rosenstein has to fire him, or if he has to fire Rod Rosenstein, the Deputy Attorney General, until he finds somebody to be in that position who will do the firing. But at the end of the day, he's the President of the United States, and every single person at the Department of Justice serves at his pleasure. They are a member of the executive branch. So if President Trump wants to fire the special counsel, President Trump can fire the special counsel. The question is, though, is this politically wise? Is it politically wise to fire the special counsel, or is this going to cripple his presidency, leading senators and members of Congress not to want to work with him? Will the cloud be hanging forever over his presidency? I tend to think that he should not fire the special counsel, at least not yet. I think that there's a great argument to be made that he could take a few steps at the Department of Justice to kind of rein in the scope of this investigation, so that, it's kind of in between firing him and letting him continue to just carry out this counterintelligence investigation, which is what this has now become. There's also reports that the Trump legal team is now looking into Bob Mueller's associates, whom he has hired to assist him in this investigation. And those associates have a history of giving donations to Hillary Clinton. So Bob Mueller, his credibility, at least in D.C., may be beyond reproach. That's what they tell us. But they told us the same thing about James Comey. Let's be honest. And he's now shopping around an 8-figure book. Kind of seems to me like everybody involved in this scandal, including James Clapper, they're shopping around a book. Everybody's getting rich with $1 million book advances, and they want to tell us that the real problem is President Trump colluding with the Russians. It's a little bit of a stretch for me, but I don't think at this time that he should fire Bob Mueller, because I think that the best resolution for the Trump presidency hopefully going into its second term, will be for Bob Mueller to come back and say, nah, I didn't find nothing. Wipe my hands clean. There might be a Scooter Libby situation where somebody gets, wrapped up in it, someone gets ensnared. But I think that it would be the end, politically speaking, of his presidency if he fires Bob Mueller, because it's just never going to go away, and it's going to be a potent campaign issue. We'll take a call on this quick. Brad, you're first on this with Steve Robinson filling in for Howie Carr. Go ahead, Brad.
I respectfully disagree with you and your previous guest. I think Mr. Trump will fire Mr. Mueller in the next 30 to 60 days. I think he'll fire or at least accept Mr. Rosenstein's resignation. And unfortunately, I think Mr. Sessions needs to go as well. I was appalled when he recused himself, and I was even more appalled when Mr. Sessions didn't advise the President of the United States that he was going to recuse himself. And with the issue with your previous guest, I think the base would encourage Mr. Trump, the Trump base would encourage Mr. Trump to fire Mueller, and I think they would be energized because of that. I do believe that Mr. Trump is setting in place, as you said, mechanisms to challenge Mr. Mueller as his conflict of interest. There is no crime that has been identified.
Oh, no, there has, Brad. There has. The leaking of the identity of Michael Flynn, that was a crime. But I agree with what the point of what you were saying is that the crimes that have been committed are not within Trump, his associates, or his advisors. And I agree with a lot of what you said, Brad. I think he is going to fire Bob Mueller. I'm just saying that I don't think that that's a good idea. I think there's a lot of people in his orbit telling him that that's not a good idea. But we're going to see. We're going to see. The Chump Line coming up next in the real identity of where Howie Carr has been all this time. This is Steve Robinson in for Howie. This is the Howie Carr Show.
We could play another commercial, or we could play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
We have proven that we can actually be civil to each other. In fact, just before taking the dais, Hillary accidentally bumped into me, and she very civilly said, "Pardon me." I know Hillary met my campaign manager, and I got the chance to meet the people who are working so hard to get her elected. There they are, the heads of NBC, CNN, CBS, ABC. There's the New York Times right over there, and the Washington Post. They're working overtime. True.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I'm telling you right now, it's awesome. I was trying to get my blood pressure regulated, okay? And after 3 days of taking this thing, my blood pressure went back down to normal. I am ecstatic. I am so happy with this stuff. It is my savior.
This was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down, and it's normal now. It works.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code TALK.
It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life, but I should have ordered it like 15 years ago.
The Howie Carr Show continues next. And now, 6 fun facts in 60 seconds with Grace Curley.
In 1999, the U.S. government paid the Zapruder family $16 million for the film of JFK's assassination. How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? The world may never know, but on average, a licking machine made at Purdue needed 364. Famed ice cream makers Ben & Jerry originally considered getting into the bagel business, but the equipment was too expensive. In 1980, Detroit presented Saddam Hussein with a key to the city. In 1986, iPhone maker Apple launched a clothing line. Between 1900 and 1920, tug of war was an Olympic event.
This has been 6 Fun Facts with Grace Curley in 60 seconds. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and tweets at HowieCarrShow.com. We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
In the center of the stage tonight, businessman Donald Trump.
I would never give up my microphone. I thought that was disgusting. That showed such weakness. The way he was taken away by 2 young women. The microphone, they just took the whole place over. That will never happen with me. I don't know if I'll do the fighting myself or if other people will. But that was a disgrace. The way I felt badly for him.
You're not supposed to say that somebody graduated last or second to last in their class, because you're supposed to be, like Frank says, very nice. Folks, I want to make America great again. We want to get down to brass tacks. We don't want to listen to his stuff with being politically correct and everything has... We have a lot of work to do.
This is the Howie Carr Show. And now, 6 Fun Facts in 60 seconds with Grace Curley.
In 1999, the U.S. government paid the Zapruder family $16 million for the film of JFK's assassination. How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? The world may never know, but on average, a licking machine made at Purdue needed 364. Famed ice cream makers Ben & Jerry originally considered getting into the bagel business, but the equipment was too expensive. In 1980, Detroit presented Saddam Hussein with a key to the city. In 1986, iPhone maker Apple launched a clothing line. Between 1900 and 1920, tug of war was an Olympic event.
This has been 6 Fun Facts with Grace Curley in 60 seconds. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and tweets at HowieCarrShow.com. And now, 6 Fun Facts in 60 seconds with Grace Curley.
A hummingbird weighs less than a penny. The founders of Google were willing to sell Google for $1 million to Excite in 1999, but Excite turned them down. Google is now worth $527 billion. On average, 12 newborns will be given to the wrong parents daily. There are no clocks in Las Vegas gambling casinos. Sea otters hold hands while they sleep so they won't drift apart. Aww. Do you ever wonder where the phrase, "it's raining cats and dogs" comes from? In the 17th century, many homeless cats and dogs would drown and float down the streets of England, making it look like it literally rained cats and dogs.
This has been 6 Fun Facts with Grace Curley in 60 seconds. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and tweets at HowieCarrShow.com. The Howie Carr Show continues next.
Hi, this is Andrea from Ever So Humble Pie Company in East Walpole. Well, it's that time of year when comfort food is king. And now, in addition to our delectable dessert pies, we're offering home-style classics like chicken pot pie, shepherd's pie, and Canadian meat pie. Simply turn on your oven and you'll have a wholesome, hearty meal. Pick up a fruit pie while you're here, and you've got dinner and dessert from Ever So Humble Pie Company. For more information, call us at 508-660-9731 or visit us at eversohumble.com. That's eversohumble.com.
It's here, Howie Carr's latest book, Kennedy Babylon, A Century of Depravity and Scandal. Kennedy Babylon is a whirlwind tour of scandals from the days of the Kennedy clan's rabidly anti-Semitic patriarch to the death of JFK Jr. Ann Coulter says Howie Carr is making Kennedy books great again. You'll love the never-before-seen images of the Kennedy family in Howie Carr's latest book, Kennedy Babylon, A Century of Depravity and Scandal. Now shipping. Order today at HowieCarrShow.com. Click Kennedy Babylon. We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
And I've known Hillary for a long time. This is the first time ever, that Hillary is sitting down and speaking to major corporate leaders and not getting paid for it. We've learned so much from WikiLeaks. For example, Hillary believes that it's vital to deceive the people by having one public policy and a totally different policy in private. Now, I'm told Hillary went to confession before tonight's event. But the priest was...
Better strap yourself in. It's time for the Howie Carr Show.
Shiva, you said a lot of really nasty things about me, and
the fake Trumper Howie Carr.
You said I was having sex with a campaign aide.
Howie Carr won't cover us because him, Holly Robichaud, and Deal are like this. I don't know if they're sleeping together, but
you retweeted some tweet calling me a piece of excrement, and I was just wondering what did you mean by that? A fake Trumper?
Well, I'm not going to go there because I never said those things.
The fake Trumper Howie Carr.
I never said those things.
The fake Trumper Howie Carr.
Live from an undisclosed location.
So I want to know, do you have any skeletons? Do you have any skeletons in your closet?
I have no skeletons in my closet because I'm such a controversial guy. Everything's
skeletons
out there. Let's talk about everything. But the issue is not about you or me, Howie.
Have you ever been arrested?
Howie, this is not about you or me.
Shiva, have you ever been arrested?
Howie, this is not about you or me.
Yes or no?
It's not about you or me. What this is about is, do you want to beat Elizabeth Warren? Let's talk about Elizabeth Warren. Do you want to talk about that?
Let's talk about your arrest.
Unchained and unstoppable.
I've taken on Gawker Media. I've taken on Monsanto. You take on those guys.
You've taken on the cops. You take on your girlfriend, too.
Wait.
That escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
Unchained and unstoppable.
So when I went into that meeting, I was advised by a number of very close people that Howie is a bully. He's going to try to bully you. You know, I do not support the abuse of women. If anyone is proven to have abused a woman, I believe they should be prosecuted to the highest extent of the law. Let me be very clear about that. You know, I do not support the abuse of women. There's some aspect of me that always is committed to the truth.
You had no idea this was coming up?
No way, man. So I was frankly completely shocked.
Rump swabs, hacks, and moonbats beware. It's Howie Carr.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Howie Carr Show. This is Steve Robinson, Howie Carr's executive producer, filling in for him. I've been telling you throughout the day that Howie, the reason he's not here is because he was called away to the White House. And if you go online right now to either my Twitter account at BigSteve207 or to Howie Carr Show at Howie Carr Show, you will see photographic evidence of where fake Trumper Howie Carr is today. Of course, I'm referencing Shiva Adiarai. You heard Ayadorai. You heard him in the introduction there calling Howie a fake Trumper. Well, this fake Trumper was in the Oval Office today, hanging out with President Trump. So put that in your pipe and smoke it. All right. So there's photographic evidence. I eagerly await Dr. Ayadorai sending that over to his photographic experts in Cambridge. Do you think that one's photoshopped, Doctor? You think that one's photoshopped? So yes, this is true. This is not fake news. Grace, you can confirm. Howie was just moments ago was in the White House hanging out with President Donald Trump, talking about making America great again.
This is true. And they all looked very happy.
You
would never know that there was so much fake Trumpery going on. They looked like friends.
You would never know that Howie Carr was in a conspiracy with the Boston Globe to re-elect Elizabeth Warren, judging by the smile on President Trump's face. So you can go online there to Howie's Twitter feed or my Twitter feed, and you can find that picture there. Grace will retweet it too. You can follow her at G_Curly, and you can see the picture of Howie Carr in the Oval Office, the height of the political ascendancy of Howie Carr Nation, right there, from the poor cobblestone streets of Portland, Maine, to the Oval Office in the White House. It's been quite a journey for Howie Carr, and he will join us in the next hour at around 6:08, and he will tell us about what the experience was in the Oval Office. And President Trump, if you're listening, count your spoons, count your napkins, make sure that the nice embroidered towels are still there, count your pens. I'm sure Howie tried to pilfer something, so make sure everything is tacked down. But Howie may be in the White House. He may be taking the slide on his own show. The chump line and the chumps, they remain. The Chump Line is the voicemail messaging service of the Howie Carr Show. You can call and leave a message at any time, day or night, at 844-500-4242. Press 2 for the Chump Line, and you can leave your message, and if Grace thinks it's funny, we'll play it at this time each weekday. The Chump Line is brought to you by Matthews Brothers, whose Maine-made windows are available only through Better Lumber Yards and Window Professionals. Lumber yards like EBS Building Supplies, with 10 locations up and down the Maine coast. EBS, can do, Just ask. I'm going to play that one again.
Howie, can we please make Shiva part of the VIP experience? Please.
I think that would have been really, really great, a really great VIP experience for somebody to have. Unfortunately, it wasn't a Tuesday. You know, the thing is, Dr. Ayadora, he did not even get any Kowloons. He didn't even get any grift at all. He wasn't here long enough to even check out the fridge. Very sad. Very, very sad.
I guess I learned something new from Shiva. I guess the way to beat Liz Warren is to be more arrogant, condescending, and self-righteous than she is.
Yeah, well, I guess we're never going to find out. I think that's safe to say. We're never going to find out how they would face off in a general election matchup because Shiva is has not dropped out. All signals suggest that he is continuing business as usual and still thinks that he is a viable political candidate. But I just don't think he's going to be able to pull this one out in the primary.
Is Howie going to be the new press secretary? Just wondering.
Well, he'll have to tell us. I don't know. I wasn't privy to the conversation in the Oval Office, and I haven't read any memos written by James Comey describing where Howie was in relation to that grandfather clock. I don't know. Did he accept a job? All I'll tell you is this. Howie has from day one maintained that he does not want to be press secretary. Doesn't even want ambassador to Jamaica or ambassador to Canada. Howie wants to be the maitre d' at Mar-a-Lago.
Can you imagine, though, what it would be like in there if Howie was press secretary? Like, if they thought Sean Spicer was making their heads explode?
If Howie Carr was the press secretary, there would be a 10,000% increase in the number of expletives. There would be more moonbats, more rump swabs, more fake news and alt-left media mentions than you could possibly imagine. CNN would be banned. The New York Times would never be called on. And he would also be the first press secretary to be eating during a press briefing.
Where's Howie today? Tracking down a good deal on some fancy sparkling water, I suspect.
Oh man, can you imagine the sparkling water he's having down in Washington D.C.? I mean, you think that the Howie Carr studio is shishi. You think the restaurants in Boston are shishi. I tell you what, down in Washington D.C., he's having some very, very fancy sparkling water.
That last one was directed at Steve Robinson, by the way. God, you're worse than Howie at pronouncing stuff, Mr. Robinson.
Not really sure what he's getting at there. That one probably could have been left on the cutting room floor, but go on.
I think he's saying that you pronounce things weird as well. Let's not pretend we don't understand the message.
No, I mean, that guy's usually spot on, but that just really wasn't funny. Not your best offering, caller.
Thanks for that softball interview with Shiva yesterday. Next time, could you at least ask him the tough questions like, would you decorate a gay wedding cake?
Well, you know, it's interesting because usually we have to, in order to talk about political candidates and, evaluate whether or not they are conservative enough to be supported by the Howie Carr Show, we have to focus on their policies. In this case, we didn't even have to do that. I didn't even have to play the audio of Shiva saying that he supports sanctuary cities and a pathway to citizenship if localities determine that that's appropriate. Didn't even have to play that. Didn't even have to ask him about sanctuary cities. It's remarkable stuff. Maybe if he comes on next time, we'll ask him to talk about his position on sanctuary cities.
So Howie was called away on a Friday, on a beautiful day in the middle of July, on a summer weekend. Awfully suspicious.
Indeed it is. Indeed it is. And I tell you what, in Washington D.C. right now, it's like 100 degrees out, and it's humid, very, very humid. Most of us who love New England would be miserable down there right now and sweating the buckets. But Howie's probably wearing a sweatshirt.
I checked on the Howie camp today, and to my surprise, I saw that porky, sweaty kid from Maine on there. Almost ruined my day. But then the lovely Grace appeared.
Oh, thank you.
I am neither porky nor sweaty. I am not sweaty. I made sure that first thing I got in here this morning, I turned the heat down in the studio so that it would be a nice, pleasant, normal human being temperature of 70 degrees. And I'm not that porky. I'm tall. I'm like 6'5". I can carry a lot of weight.
I think the intern Will's doing a great job back there with these messages.
Yeah,
they are
don't put this off on him, Curly. Curly fries, I know.
Hey, Steve, is that your foot tapping out Morse code, or are you just happy to see me?
That's a good one. For those of you who don't know, we were talking about we were talking about great political scandals in the first hour. We're talking about, moments like the Shiva incident yesterday here in Studio H, where someone's political campaign, their ambitions, their career just goes up in smoke in one moment. And we talked about the Larry Craig incident where he was tapping his foot underneath a stall, trying to engage in some lewd behavior, and it turns out it was a cop.
Oh, Grace, I'm so disappointed we couldn't have Shiva on there filling in for Howie Carr. It'd have been great to see Steve against Shiva. I love the drama!
Oh my God, he sounds like me. I love the drama.
Yeah, there certainly was some drama in the studio, and later we got police blotter facts coming up, and Grace is going to sit in the big chair where I am right now. So if you want to watch on the video cam, she'll be in the spotlight. But in the 6 o'clock hour, we'll play some cuts from Shiva Ayadurai going on trying to recover with a Kurt Schilling, and he just makes things so much worse. Really quickly, though, I've got to play this cut, Grace. Getting him on the record on a very, very important thing that many, many people were asking about. Cut 8, Grace.
I do not support the abuse of women.
He does not support the abuse of women. Can we hear that again? Cut 8.
I do not support the abuse of women.
He does not support the abuse of women. This is great. We've made so much progress here in the United States of America that a Senate candidate is willing to boldly proclaim that he does not support the abuse of women. Thank you, Shiva.
Oh, Cousin Stevie, you may be my second cousin, but you kiss like a first one.
What? The second cousin marriage in a lot of states is okay. I'm not personally marrying my second cousin, but I'm just saying, not everybody gets to fish in the sea. Some people are fishing in farm ponds. That's all I'm saying. Don't look down on them.
That was your last chump line message. Thank you for calling Howie Carr, you chump.
All right, that's it for the Chump Line. The Chump Line is the recorded voicemail messaging system of the Howie Carr Show. You can call anytime, day or night, leave a message at 844-500-4242. Press 2 for the Chump Line. The Chump Line is brought to you by Matthews Brothers, whose Maine-made windows are available only through Better Lumber Yards and Window Professionals. Lumber yards like EBS Building Supplies, with 10 locations up and down the Maine coast. EBS can do, just ask.
Thanks for that softball interview with Shiva yesterday. Next time, could you at least ask him the tough questions like, would you decorate a gay wedding cake?
And if you want to see that interview, go to HowieCarrShow.com. You can see both the live interview that came over the radio airwaves, and you can also see what happened behind the scenes when we were in a commercial break. There's plenty of good stuff there. You can read that lurid police report as well at HowieCarrShow.com. We're going to take a quick break right here, and we'll be back with the poll question. This is Steve Robinson in for Howie Carr. This is the Howie Carr Show.
The Howie Carr Show continues next.
When it's time to choose a car dealer, we know you have plenty of options. So why not choose the dealer that has the most options for you? When it comes to selection, Bank Chevrolet GMC Buick and Concord has the inventory with over 2,000 vehicles in stock. We know that price matters, and Banks offers the lowest, most transparent pricing around. And convenience? With our full-service internet department, you can browse online or call ahead to take care of most of the details before you even walk through the door. As New England's highest volume GM dealer, we encourage you to visit our dealership to experience the Bank's difference.
Lease a 2017 Chevy Silverado 1500 double cab for only $235 per month with zero due at signing. Payment for current non-GM lessees for 36 months includes select bonus cash with credit approval.
Chevrolet, find new roads. Browse our selection online at banksautos.com. Bank Chevrolet Cadillac Buick GMC in Concord, New Hampshire. Real prices, huge inventory, always in stock.
Hey, all you guys out there, can we talk about something personal? Your hair. Life is too short to always be fretting about your hair. Is the bald spot growing? Do people notice my comb over? The answer to that one is, of course they do. But you can solve your hair problems once and for all. Do what I did. Get a DiStefano hair restoration. After my DiStefano IGT procedure, my hair is thicker, my bald spots are gone, and no more comb over. My hair looks great now thanks to DiStefano hair restoration. I don't mind looking at my hair in the mirror anymore. Check out my hair for yourself on the Howie Cam or at my book signings. Get in touch with DiStefano Hair Restoration today. Call 800-858-HAIR. That's 800-858-HAIR. 800-858-HAIR or visit hairman.com.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
How do you spend $1 million doing the soccer field? You have a level piece of land. Throw them a ball, let them play soccer if they have to play it all. We don't want to listen to his stuff with being politically correct and everything has to. We have a lot of work to do. 10 years ago, everybody wanted the wall. The Democrats, the Republicans, they couldn't get it. You know one of the reasons they couldn't get it? Environmental impact statements. Did you know that? There were toads. It's the most incredible thing. Number one, I wouldn't even think about anything until I built a wall, impenetrable. There will be nobody coming into this country illegally. But our people don't have a clue. We give state dinners to the heads of China. I say, why are you doing state dinners for them? They're ripping us left and right. Just take them to McDonald's and go back to the negotiating table. Seriously.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
PatriotPrepared.com carries the leading brands of storable food from Numana, Legacy, and Heaven's Harvest. Patriot Prepared. Our name says it all. We're dedicated to empowering you to be self-reliant and confident in any circumstance. Whether you want to be prepared in the event of an emergency or you're an outdoor sports enthusiast, PatriotPrepared.com has prepackaged meals and kits for your entire family. Legacy, Heaven's Harvest, and Numana are known for high-quality, great-tasting GMO-free, nutritious food with no chemical preservatives. Simple to prepare, easy to store, gluten-free and organic high-quality nutrition options with a 25-year shelf life. You can't beat the feeling of being food secure when you need it most. So go to PatriotPrepared.com right now to pick up your supply of high-quality storable food for your family, because it makes good sense to be prepared. That's PatriotPrepared.com.
Would odors, mold, and mildew describe your basement or crawl space? It doesn't have to be that way. Transform them into a fresh, healthy, usable one with the technologically advanced Wave moisture control units. The computerized operation maximizes moisture control and also expels harmful radon, combustion gases, and numerous other pollutants. Dehumidifiers are old technology that do nothing for air quality and waste energy. Wave units are intelligent, self-monitoring, do not need maintenance, and will save you hundreds in electricity. Wave units are still running effectively over 15 years. They've been tested and installed in public and military housing and by property managers nationwide. Buy a unit now, and if your home is not fresher and drier, you can return it for a full refund for up to 12 months. What have you got to lose? Call now. 1-888-618-WAVE. 1-888-618-WAVE. Or visit mydryhome.com. That's mydryhome.com.
Wave Home Solutions for a healthy, comfortable home.
Have you seen Howie's latest t-shirts and sweatshirts? Grab one now at HowieCarrShow.com. This is the Howie Carr Show.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Howie Carr Show. This is Steve Robinson filling in for Howie. Today's poll question is brought to you by Casper. Get a Casper mattress and sleep cool and comfortable every night. It's a higher quality mattress at a more affordable price. Test it yourself for 100 nights, risk-free. Use code Howie at Casper.com for $50 towards the purchase of your mattress. Terms and conditions apply. And as we've been talking about all day now, the interview with Shiva Ayyadurai, the candidate for Senate here in Massachusetts, a little tense yesterday, and he went on with Kurt Schilling to try and recover a little bit, but he had some more arrows to shoot towards Howie Carr. Well, anyways, he called...
I do not support the abuse of women.
Well, so that was him declaring that he does not support the abuse of women, but he called Howie Carr a bully. And
when I went into that meeting, I was advised by a number of very close people that Howie is a bully. He's going to try to bully you and not want to discuss the issues with Elizabeth Warren.
And it turns out he didn't want to discuss the issues with Elizabeth Warren. It turns out he wanted to discuss the 2004 arrest record in which Shiva's then live-in girlfriend alleged that she was assaulted by him, and also the 209A restraining order, one of them, that she took out against him. He didn't really want to talk about that. Howie didn't want to talk about Elizabeth Warren. The chemistry, it was just awful. Grace, I really don't see the Shiva Howie show ever being a thing. I really don't think it's going to work out. They're talking over each other. The natural chemistry that you and I have just wasn't there.
I got invited to, guess what? An amazing network meeting. And you know who I got to meet, Howie? People you probably wouldn't get to meet. I got to meet internet pioneers.
Why did you lie at that meeting in Lexington the other day?
See, that was his explanation off camera when we were in a commercial break. That was his explanation for the $2,000 that he gave to John Forbes Carey in 2003. There's lots of good audio. We'll get into it when we get more time here, but we got to get to the poll question. So what is the poll question, Curly Fries, and what are the results thus far?
First of all, my name is not Curly Fries. Let's not make that a thing.
Everyone in high school told me your nickname was Curly Fries.
No.
You even had it printed on your jacket.
Yes,
I saw that. Your nickname is Curly Fries.
I digress.
Texters know her nickname is Curly Fries.
Here's the poll question.
It's a thing now.
Is Howie Carr a bully?
No, I don't think Howie's a bully. I think that what you saw yesterday was good, solid journalism and two gentlemen working things out the way they work things out in Boston.
83% of people say no, he's not a bully.
Well, 17% say he's a bully. That's a pretty good bully ratio.
I think a better question would have been, who's a bigger bully, Howie or Steve?
You think I'm a bully?
You have bully tendencies.
What have I ever bullied you? All I've ever done, Grace, was to elevate you and help your career along.
I'm not going to drag your dirty laundry out into the air here.
Curly Fries, why are you coming after me like that? See, I was the one who said, why don't we have Grace do Police Blotter Facts Friday? You got to admit that.
Yeah, and you brag about it like every other day.
Exactly. That's why you should know that I was there. There was a pivotal moment in your career when you could have been just running the phone lines and cutting sound bites, or you could be Grace Curley of Police Blotter Facts, which is coming up next. And who was there to give you the nudge, to push you out into the spotlight?
You are a true gentleman and a scholar and a hero. Is that what you want to hear?
Yeah, after you just slandered me and said that I'm more of a bully than Howie Carr. Yeah. I'm glad we were able to clear that up though. But we will have Police Blotter Facts coming up in a moment. Do we have time to play some more cuts though, Grace? I want to play first. Let's see. This is Shiva's Sherman-esque denial of the claims made in the arrest record, which you can find at HowieCarrShow.com. Cut 9.
If anyone is proven to have abused a woman, I believe they should be prosecuted to the highest extent of the law. Let me be very clear about that. I do not support the abuse of women. I've never abused a woman. I think it's disgusting.
Okay. All right.
And if anyone is convicted of that, they should receive the ultimate punishment.
Okay.
The ultimate punishment.
I know, it just sounds so bizarre.
What is that capital punishment? Is that what you're talking about? But there we go. I'm glad we got him on the record opposed to spousal abuse, and he's also very, very much pro upholding the laws against violence. That another bold position that he's taken. That if you are convicted, or if you are indicted or convicted, whatever. I forget what exactly he said. If you're a wife beater, you should be punished by the laws.
It was completely dismissed and erased off my record because, and I'll get you all the facts, because it was a false claim, and I'll go through the details of it.
Okay, so he says it's a false claim, but he also earlier in the segment said cut 1. No time for cut 1. Anyways, he said he signed a non-disparagement agreement, but then he says that the alleged victim here lied to police. Non-disparagement, but she lied to police. Doesn't make sense to me. We'll be back next with Police Blotter Facts. This is Steve Robinson in for Howie Carr. This is the Howie Carr Show.
And now, 6 fun facts in 60 seconds with Grace Curley.
A hummingbird weighs less than a penny. The founders of Google were willing to sell Google for $1 million to Excite in 1999, but Excite turned them down. Google is now worth $527 billion. On average, 12 newborns will be given to the wrong parents daily. There are no clocks in Las Vegas gambling casinos. Sea otters hold hands while they sleep so they won't drift apart. Aww. Do you ever wonder where the phrase, "it's raining cats and dogs" comes from? In the 17th century, many homeless cats and dogs would drown and float down the streets of England, making it look like it literally rained cats and dogs.
This has been 6 Fun Facts with Grace Curley in 60 seconds. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and tweets at HowieCarrShow.com.
Many legislators claim to be for lower taxes and government transparency, but are they really? Massachusetts Fiscal Alliance keeps you informed by posting the voting records of our elected officials. You can log on to our website at massfiscal.org. Click Scorecard to see how your legislator is voting on Beacon Hill. And while you're there, make a donation. And be sure to join our email list so you can stay up to date with the latest information on what's happening at the State House with Massachusetts Fiscal Alliance.
Paid for by the Mass Fiscal Alliance, Rick Green, Chairman.
Hi, I'm Howie Carr, and I'm here with Rick Green of the Mass Fiscal Alliance. Wow, Mass Fiscal is really driving the Moonbats crazy.
Who knew putting voting records online would be so controversial? Many legislators claim to be for lower taxes and government transparency, but they sure don't vote that way.
Your group is just what this state needs. How can the listeners help you guys?
Just have them visit our website at www.massfiscal.org. They can join our email list and donate if they like. And of course, make sure they check out our scorecard to see how their legislators voted.
Paid for by the Mass Fiscal Alliance. Rick Green, Chairman.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
And I've known Hillary for a long time. This is the first time ever, that Hillary is sitting down and speaking to major corporate leaders and not getting paid for it. We've learned so much from WikiLeaks. For example, Hillary believes that it's vital to deceive the people by having one public policy and a totally different policy in private. Now, I'm told Hillary went to confession before tonight's event, but the priest was having a hard time when he asked her about her sins, and she said she couldn't remember 39 times.
This is the Howie Carr Show. And now, 6 Fun Facts in 60 seconds with Grace Curley.
A hummingbird weighs less than a penny. The founders of Google were willing to sell Google for $1 million to Excite in 1999, but Excite turned them down. Google is now worth $527 billion. On average, 12 newborns will be given to the wrong parents daily. There are no clocks in Las Vegas gambling casinos. Sea otters hold hands while they sleep so they won't drift apart. Aww. Do you ever wonder where the phrase, "it's raining cats and dogs" comes from? In the 17th century, many homeless cats and dogs would drown and float down the streets of England, making it look like it literally rained cats and dogs.
This has been 6 Fun Facts with Grace Curley in 60 seconds. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and tweets at HowieCarrShow.com. Traveling around New England? Wherever you go, Howie's there. Find Howie's list of stations at HowieCarrShow.com. Now, back to Howie Carr.
Welcome back to the Howie Carr Show, everybody. Hope you're having a nice Friday evening, nice drive home. And it is Friday, and it is the afternoon, so I think we all know what that means. It's time for Police Blotter Facts Friday.
Whenever the laws of any state are broken, a duly authorized organization swings into action.
Now, we all know how this works. Grace reads stories about dumb criminals, any story involving the cops. Grace Curley, go.
Alrighty, odor described as flatulence affects crew members from Charlotte flight. Now this is okay.
Described as flatulence, or was it flatulence?
It was flatulence, but now they're trying to deny it. So this is what happened. 3 American Airlines crew members from a flight complained of eye irritation and headaches from an odor described as flatulence. A regularly scheduled American flight from Charlotte arrived, and they had to bring the plane down because of various descriptions of the smell that included like a very strong odor. People were saying it was painful, but it was only the crew members.
What are the descriptions of the odor? Just painful? Was it bean farts? Was it popcorn farts?
Well, they don't know what the exact food that was eaten to produce this smell, but it is. But the flight is saying no, it was not past gas because it really blew up the internet when it came out.
That seems like it would almost be worse. Like I could understand if it was just some fat guy on the flight who was very flatulent. But if it was like something wrong with the plane that's pumping it full of fart smell?
Yeah, but maybe they just feel like this makes them look like the worst airline ever because airlines already kind of smell weird.
Well, they can't control if some guy eats a big old bowl of beans and then jumps on the flight. They can't control that, can they? They can control like a methane leak on the plane. But anyways,
that
that's
is
my
true.
2 cents.
Drug dealer reports theft of his cocaine. A Florida man who identified himself as a drug dealer called police early Sunday to report the theft of cash and a small bag of cocaine from his vehicle. Cops say that David Blackman, 35, complained that a burglar swiped $50 and then, in quotes, about 1/4 of an ounce of cocaine from his car. So clearly, he was not expecting he was going to get in trouble for this. Maybe he thought about it right after.
Genius move. Is he an aspiring rap artist by any chance?
It does not say, but it does say that they also found a crack pipe on the vehicle's floorboard.
Oh, of course.
And a crack rock on the center of the console. The contents of the plastic baggie, the crack rock, and the pipe all tested, shocker, positive for cocaine. So he's in a lot of trouble, and his mugshot's so sad. Like, you could just tell that he's thinking to himself, man, I shouldn't have asked for that cocaine back. I should have let that one go.
Yeah, it's better than Shiva's mugshot, though.
Woman kills boyfriend after spat with reptilian cult.
Ooh, is this Hillary Clinton's cult?
No, this is a cult. So this guy asked his girlfriend to shoot him because he was fearful that the leader of a cult they belonged to was secretly a reptile posing as a human.
Hey, been there, done that.
Yeah, there's not really much more to this story, but they found the group online and it's aliens and raptors.
Is this story from Chappaqua, New York?
This is actually from Pennsylvania.
Oh, well, I guess that can't be Hillary Clinton because she just never been to Pennsylvania.
Coworker puts his privates in lunch sandwich.
I got a bunch of questions here. Was it just like a quick in and out? Was there, what was this just like a prank or did he?
Okay, this story is so weird because this guy, if you read the list of things he's been in trouble for, he's been in trouble a million times. He works.
Are they all sandwich related?
No, they are. This is
putting his private parts in mysterious places.
I mean, I think lunch is probably when he got most of his kicks in, but it didn't have to do with the sandwich before. But lunchtime at the Indian Point nuclear power plant got saucy when
Grace. Come on, this is a family show.
It's the New York Post.
This is a family show. Come on.
Well,
I'm not going to tell Howie about that.
When one longtime employee put his privates in a colleague's lunch. So this guy has spent decades sexually harassing coworkers. I don't know why they didn't fire him.
Can we get a call into the HR department here?
Seriously, he allegedly dug his fingernails into somebody's rear end. He repeatedly propositioned people to have sex with him. And then the last thing he did was at lunchtime, you know what, Steve? This was a favorite of his, so it was not a one-time incident.
He was a habitual placer of his private parts into sandwiches.
He grabbed a female employee's sandwich. It does not specify the kind, but I'm guessing it was some sort of
sub-roll. Tuna?
It could have been a hoagie. It could have been a turkey. I think turkey is very popular.
Do you think it was a hot sandwich? Like a cheesesteak?
Oh my God, I hope for his sake. No, I hope he only...
Something melty?
I hope he only goes for cold sandwiches. I mean, that's kind of, shooting yourself in the foot.
So if you work with this guy and you're like, how many sandwiches have I eaten that were in the workplace fridge in the last decade?
Like, usually all you have to worry about is someone snagging a sandwich when you're not looking.
Well, he might be, a 62-year-old gray-haired man in this office taking a bite out of your sandwich. But I'm not gonna say that we haven't just seen a bite taken out of a random sandwich in this office. I'm not gonna say that. But
we're not going to make any accusations here, but this guy is definitely in trouble. And I guess he's already gone from the company. They're just finding all these claims now.
Good.
The HR department at the nuclear power plant has really dropped the ball on this one.
I'm glad that these are the caliber of men and women who are watching over our nuclear power plants.
The intern just put a sandwich by you.
Oh, gross.
All right. Burglar. Okay, so now what we have here, this is record breaking, okay? For Police Blotter Facts, which, by the way, is powered by Piantadosi Baking Company, celebrating over 100 years of baking excellence since 1916.
Someone text me, first of all. Someone text me, how did the sandwich guy get caught? Did he leave behind some evidence?
No. I guess he was terminated for inappropriate behavior, and now someone just released all of this now. It's like a late in life story.
Someone released.
Okay. Oh, God. You're worse than Howie with these. Okay, but what I'm going to say now is this is by far record breaking here. The most naked people I've ever had in a police blotter. You guys are going to be amazed. There's never been this many. So I'm going to just kind of go through them because it's just never ending. Burglar drinks whiskey, eats muffin, falls asleep naked. This is out of Wisconsin.
Yeah, sometimes you need a nap.
Are you going to do the Wisconsin?
No, I'm not going to do the Wisconsin.
You're not going to do it even though Howie's not here?
That's Howie's shtick, and I hate it, so
but doesn't someone do it if he's not here? My name is Jan Jansen. I live in Wisconsin. I work at a sawmill there.
You didn't get it right. I come from Wisconsin. I work in a sawmill there. Nice. I can't believe you just got me to do that.
I tried. See? Bullying 101. Where's our HR department? Somebody write this down.
Back to the police story, curly fries.
Okay, so the 40-year-old man went into somebody's house and broke in, ate a muffin. I mean, the caption really does explain it all. He ate a muffin, drank some whiskey, and then they found him naked.
Muffin, whiskey, nap. Perfect combination. I don't know how the clothes come off in the meantime, but perfect combination. Sounds like a nice evening to me.
And now a very similar story, but I mean, we're fair on the show. If we're going to give it to the guys, we got to give it to the ladies. Woman accused of cooking naked in stranger's house. Beware of the naked. Oh my God, someone said, Grace, did you say the nuclear company dropped the ball on this one? I should have said drop the bomb. That would have been clever. Ugh, hindsight. Woman accused of cooking naked in stranger's house. This is out of Arizona. A woman claims she went to the wrong house after she was arrested for cooking naked and stealing items from a stranger's home. Stacy Horton Garcia, this was around 3 p.m., so this wasn't a late night type thing. She was cooking food inside of the home. She also allegedly took a shower before the homeowner arrived. Here's the kicker. She said that she thought she was at her boyfriend's house and that she just went to the wrong house. And then they asked her for her boyfriend's name. And she said, Mike. And they said, what's his last name? And she said, I don't know. I just met him last week.
Jabroganovic?
Mike Glass. Naked woman found walking along the road in Salem. I blame the global warming because everyone's just so hot that they're getting drunk out of their minds and then they're just taking all their clothes off. A Forbes road woman
sounds like a party
was naked while walking on Route 819 in Salem early Tuesday. She allegedly climbed into a vehicle at 4 a.m. and began honking the horn and kicking the windshield. The 32-year-old woman was screaming when the police arrived. They believe that alcohol and drugs were a factor.
Yeah, no kidding, huh?
Naked man drove 100... I swear, this is a record. Howie's going to be so bummed he missed all these.
I think you selected personally the naked stories just for whatever reason. I think you just like the naked stories.
No. Okay, naked man drove 105 miles an hour through a construction site. He was driving drunk, fast, and naked. They pulled him over.
Drunk, fast, and naked. Sounds like college.
And he said that, so then they pull him over. He's butt naked. So then his way of like hiding from the police or like trying to cover himself up, he took a pair of pants from the back seat and he just plopped it on his lap, like as if they weren't going to notice that he didn't have any, underwear on.
Well, I mean, what would you do?
And they also allegedly found an empty bottle of alcohol as well as 3 empty beer bottles and 5 full beer bottles throughout his truck. He failed multiple sobriety tests. I don't know why they felt the need to do more than one. And he was charged with operating under the influence.
All right, we're going to take a quick break right here, and we'll be back in just a few minutes with more Police Blotter Facts with Grace Curley, more runners-up, and also the winners when we return. This is Steve Robinson filling in for Howie Carr. This is The Howie Carr Show.
Hang on. The Howie Carr Show returns next.
Does your business need new apparel for your staff? Do what I did. Call Tax Free Tees.
If you're looking for custom t-shirts and apparel, call the experts at Tax Free Tees. They print all the t-shirts for the Howie Carr store, and there's a reason why. Tax Free Tees has the fastest turnaround, and there are no setup or design fees. And Tax Free Tees has low minimums. You don't need to order 100 shirts. If you need custom t-shirts, sweatshirts, hats, or apparel of any kind, do what Howie did. Call Tax Free Tees or visit them online at dowhathowiedid.com. That's dowhathowiedid.com.
Dowhathowiedid.com. Dowhathowiedid.com.
It's gonna be a Subaru summer. The feeling is coming on strong. All summer long.
The Subaru Summer All-Wheel Drive Away is going on now. It's time to explore the great outdoors in a brand new 2017 Subaru Crosstrek. Complete with symmetrical all-wheel drive standard, the Crosstrek is prepared for wherever the journey takes you. During Subaru Summer, you can buy a well-equipped Crosstrek for only $21,695 or lease for just $209 per month for 36 months with $19.99 due at signing. Plus, with a pleasantly spacious interior, the Crosstrek makes it easy to love the inside as much as the outside. Drive away in a well-equipped Subaru Crosstrek for only $21,695 or lease for just $209 per month. For complete details and a list of Subaru retailers, visit SubaruofNewEngland.com. Don't miss the Subaru Summer All-Wheel Drive Away.
Trucking companies and general contractors, keep your light to heavy hydraulic equipment running with the Parker Store. The Parker Store will replace your broken hydraulic hose assembly while you wait. New England locations include Bangor, Lewiston, and Portland, Maine, Manchester, New Hampshire, Fitchburg and Weymouth, Mass, Cranston, Rhode Island, and now open in North Haven, Connecticut. Visit theparkerstore.com, theparkerstore.com.
And now, a bunch of random facts with Grace.
The male ostrich can roar just like a lion. Earth is the only planet that is not named after a god. Human thigh bones are stronger than concrete. Hamsters run up to 8 miles at night on a wheel. In New York, it is illegal to sell a haunted house without telling the buyer. Ooh. The word gorilla is derived from a Greek word meaning a tribe of hairy women. The tongue of a blue whale weighs more than most elephants. A jiffy is the scientific name for 1/100th of a second. Blue-eyed people tend to have the highest tolerance of alcohol. More than 50% of the people in the world have never made or received a phone call. Beetles taste like apples, wasps like pine nuts, and worms like fried bacon. There are no clocks in Las Vegas gambling casinos.
This has been a bunch of random facts with Grace. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and blogs at HowieCarrshow.com. We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
I say, hey, wait a minute. He didn't leave the country. He wasn't out of the country. Then Michael Cohen of the Trump Organization was in Prague. It turned out to be a different Michael Cohen. It's a disgrace what took place. It's a disgrace. And I think they ought to apologize to start with Michael Cohen.
Sir, since you're attacking us, can you give us a question? Mr. President-elect.
Go ahead.
Mr. President-elect, since you are attacking our news organization, can you give us a chance?
Your organization.
You are attacking our news organization. Can you give us a chance to ask a question, sir?
Go ahead.
Sir, can you state, Mr. President-elect,
go ahead.
Can you state categorically, Mr. President-elect, can you give us a question? You're attacking us. Can you give us a question?
Don't be rude.
Can you give us a question?
I'm not going to give you a question.
Can you state categorically?
You are fake news.
Sir,
go ahead.
Can you state categorically that nobody... No, Mr. President-elect, that's not appropriate.
This is the Howie Carr Show. We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
While I'm not at this time a candidate for the presidency, I will decide by June whether or not I will become one. Business Week magazine, which is now Bloomberg Business Week, said in a vote of its readers that Donald Trump was the world's most competitive business person.
The Pew Research says that there are, for immigrants
conference on the whole
Come on, try getting it out. Try getting it out.
I'll get it out.
I mean, I don't know if you're going to put this on television, but you don't even know what you're talking about. Try getting it out. Go ahead. I know the greatest negotiators in the world. Some are horrible people, horrible human beings. Who cares? Some Wall Street guys, they're brutal, they're miserable. You wouldn't want to go out to dinner. They're terrible people. I love them.
This is the Howie Carr Show. Grace Curley is giving you her take on the news of the day. Read Grace's latest column at HowieCarrShow.com. This is the Howie Carr Show.
This half hour of the Howie Carr Show is powered by Life Change Tea. Food today is full of chemicals, GMOs, herbicides, and pesticides. Cleanse your body of these nasty chemicals with Life Change Tea. You'll feel better and your immune system will be stronger. Go to getthetea.com. That's getthetea.com. Steve uses it and so does the mailroom manager. Getthetea.com.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Howie Carr Show. This is Steve Robinson filling in for Howie, and Grace Curley's in the big chair right now because it's Police Blotter Facts Friday. So, Grace, do you have some more stories that you would like to read?
I'm loving this bumper music. I am jamming out.
I feel like Blake Shelton coming at you.
I feel like Kimberly Guilfoyle on the 5, just like rocking.
When Howie's away, we can play the fun music here, you know?
Well, guys, this is Police Blotter Facts Friday. It is powered by Piantadosi Baking Company, celebrating over 100 years of baking excellence since 1916. And I actually have a couple of cute more, these are kind of fun ones. Police fined 5-year-old girl 150 pounds, which is $195 in U.S. money. In case
I thought you were going to say they found a 150-pound 5-year-old. Say, whoa, what was she eating? That's outrageous. That would be a fat toddler.
That would not qualify because it does not involve the police. A fat 5-year-old.
It would at some point. A 155-pound 5-year-old. The cops are going to be called. Child Protective Services at the very least. God, I feel like a big basketball.
My brother said to his football coach when he was in 5th grade or something, he said, "How much do you weigh?" And he said 80 pounds. And he said, "Jamie, you were born 80 pounds. Be honest." And he said 120. Police fined 5-year-old girl 150 pounds for selling lemonade. Weird story. It's getting a lot of play. This little girl was selling lemonade, but here's the thing. She was selling it outside of her house, which happens to be along the route of the Love Box Festival in London. And so she was selling it to all of these people, and then they find them, and now the dad's playing this whole card of she's a 5-year-old girl selling lemonade, but it's like...
Wait, you're against the 5-year-old girl operating the lemonade stand?
Well, when you're by a concert venue, there's a lot of red tape. You can't just be selling lemonade.
That's the point.
And
the
honestly,
red tape is wrong. The creators of the red tape are wrong. This little girl's, what was she selling it for? Like 25 cents a cup? She was trying to undermine the concert mafia.
Unpopular opinion, I'm not big on lemonade stands. I think it puts pressure on people to buy crappy lemonade. The lemonade never tastes that good.
There's no pressure. There's no pressure at all. It's just a little kid trying to learn entrepreneurship and the principles of small business.
When they're yelling at you.
When was the last time you were yelled at to buy lemonade at a lemonade stand?
They always have big signs. Lemonade, lemonade. And guess what?
You've never seen that. You've never been yelled at.
I just saw that the other day.
That's never happened. That's
I grew
never
up in
happened.
a neighborhood. Everyone was trying to sell lemonade.
That is absolutely fake news. You've never been yelled at by 5-year-olds to buy lemonade.
I have, and I do not like it, and I do not support it, and I never buy lemonade from lemonade stands.
So you're anti-small business. You're anti-entrepreneurship. You do not want kids to learn the principles.
I'm anti-child labor. I'm sorry, but your children.
It's not child labor.
Go play outside.
That's child business ownership.
No. Okay, there's enough adults trying to make money selling lemonade. We do not need little kids breaking into that market.
You've got a lot of really bad opinions, Curly Fries. That's up there with the top.
Selfie fail sets off domino effect, destroys $200,000 worth of art. This story really, it warmed my heart because it reminds me of myself. The girl was trying to take a picture in Los Angeles at an art gallery of herself, and she knocked over all of these like little podiums full of art, and they just completely collapsed on themselves.
It collapsed? You've even adopted the way Howie says collapsed.
My name is Yan Jansen. I come from Wisconsin.
Did this remind you of because you're similarly uncoordinated and just bump into things all the time?
Well, I break things a lot. I've broken several of Howie's, mugs and things like that in the office, plates, etc. But also, I love to take a good picture of myself. And honestly, a lot of times there are side effects of that. Something has to give to get that perfect selfie. And all I want to know with this story, and it does not answer this question, did the girl get the perfect picture? Was it postable? Was it Instagram worthy? That's the kind of news we need, people. I don't even know who wrote this, but they did not do a good job. All right, now we have our winners, okay? This is a great one. $1 million hoe arrested in prostitution sweep. Do you have any questions?
Say again. Can you give me that headline again? I was reading. I was reading all the nasty texts that are coming in about you for your anti-lemonade stand stance.
Oh, I will still stand by that. But I have to get
978 says, I have lost all respect for curly fries.
Oh, boo-hoo. Let me guess. You're for the kids. For the kids trying to sell lemonade.
617 says, Grace, hot, hates children, love my dream wife.
Hot, hates children, my dream wife. Wow. You have that's awful things to have as qualifications to be your dream wife.
617, curly fries, with the respect to the lemonade stand, you're a commie bastard.
I'm sorry, don't support it. And I think that some people are going to come through here and be on my side. It just takes a little time, you know? But anyway, $1 million hoe arrested in prostitution sweep. A woman who introduced herself as the $1 million hoe was arrested last night in a sting. Deborah Thomas approached an undercover cop who was behind the wheel of a car and asked the officer if he wanted a date. I'm putting that in air quotes because I don't think that's really what she was. She wasn't looking to go to the Olive Garden.
She was a lady of the night,
yes.
Member of the oldest profession.
So she says, I'm the $1 million hoe. Or maybe she just says, I'm $1 million hoe. I don't know if she includes the. And then she allegedly offered to provide services for decidedly less than seven figures, $40. You cannot call yourself the $1 million hoe and then charge $40. That's just...
Well, no one's paying $1 million for the $1 million hoe, I'll tell you that.
That is true. Okay. And our next winner, woman fails to smuggle 102 iPhones strapped to her body into China. I guess this is like a really...
Why are they smuggling them back into China? Don't they all come from China anyways?
Steve, you are such a nerd. I would think you would know this. iPhones purchased in Hong Kong and the ones purchased on the mainland of China have a very different price. So people try to smuggle them because they're cheaper in Hong Kong. They try to smuggle them. And she tried to smuggle 102. And guess what? She failed.
Busted. All right, Grace, thank you very much for Police Blotter Facts Friday. We'll be back on the other side. Don't touch that dial. This is Steve Robinson in for Howie Carr, and this is The Howie Carr Show.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
I say, hey, wait a minute. He didn't leave the country. He wasn't out of the country. Then Michael Cohen of the Trump Organization was in Prague. It turned out to be a different Michael Cohen. It's a disgrace what took place. It's a disgrace. And I think they ought to apologize to start with Michael Cohen.
Sir, since you're attacking us, can you give us a question? Mr. President-elect. Mr. President-elect, since you are attacking our news organization, can you give us a chance?
Your organization.
You are attacking our news organization. Can you give us a chance to ask a question, sir?
Go ahead.
Sir, can you state, Mr. President-elect, can you state categorically, Mr. President-elect, can you give us a question? You're attacking us. Can you give us a question?
Don't be rude.
Can you give us a question?
I'm not going to give you a question.
Can you state categorically?
You are fake news.
Sir,
go ahead.
Can you state categorically that nobody... No, Mr. President-elect, that's not appropriate.
This is the Howie Carr Show. And now, a bunch of random facts with Grace.
It is impossible to sneeze with your eyes open. The placement of a donkey's eyes in its head enables it to see all 4 feet at all times. Months that begin on a Sunday will always have a Friday the 13th. What is called a French kiss in the English-speaking world is known as an English kiss in France. Birds don't urinate, but they do poop. Let me tell you, you can't kill yourself by holding your breath. So that's good. A woman from California once tried to sue the makers of Cap'n Crunch because the Crunch berries contained no berries of any kind. In Japan, crooked teeth are considered cute and attractive. A Swedish woman lost her wedding ring and found it 16 years later, growing on a carrot in her garden. The toothpaste Colgate in Spanish translates to, go hang yourself.
This has been a bunch of random facts with Grace. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and blogs at HowieCarrshow.com. The Howie Carr Show continues next. We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
And I've known Hillary for a long time. This is the first time ever, that Hillary is sitting down and speaking to major corporate leaders and not getting paid for it. We've learned so much from WikiLeaks. For example, Hillary believes that it's vital to deceive the people by having one public policy and a totally different policy in private. Now, I'm told Hillary went to confession before tonight's event, but the priest was having a hard time when he asked her about her sins, and she said she couldn't remember 39 times.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Hey guys, it's Grace from the Howie Carr Show. Gifts are always great, but who really needs more stuff? Let's be honest, between Christmas and the New Year, it's hard to come up with a nice way to give a great gift without just regifting that old fruitcake. But luckily, we have the perfect gift idea for you. It's the Howie Carr Show VIP experience. If someone you know is a fan of Howard Lauren's car, then this is the perfect way to celebrate any occasion. Come visit Howie in our brand new studio and watch the entire show. Best part? Well, if you were to ask Howie, he'd probably say the Kowloon. And I can't really disagree. But there is also no other way to see all the behind-the-scenes work that goes into New England's favorite radio show. Get your picture with Howie and a selfie with yours truly. We've had over 100 people enjoy the VIP experience, and the reviews have been stellar. We've even had the occasional guest on air to tell their own funny story to the listeners. So don't delay and buy your VIP experience today at HowieCarShow.com. Click store. HowieCarShow.com. Click store.
And now, 6 fun facts in 60 seconds with Grace Curley.
If your dog's feet smell like corn chips, you're not alone. The term Frito feet was coined to describe the scent. Ew. Officials in Portland, Oregon drained 8 million gallons of water from a reservoir in 2012 because a drunk 21-year-old peed in it. Also ew. There's a basketball court above the Supreme Court. It's known as the highest court in the land. If you start counting at 1 and spell out the numbers as you go, you won't use the letter A until you reach 1,000. Wendy's founder Dave Thomas dropped out of high school but picked up his GED in 1993. His GED class voted him most likely to succeed. William McKinley was on the $500 bill, Grover Cleveland was on the $1,000 bill, and James Madison was on the $5,000 bill.
This has been 6 fun facts with Grace Curley in 60 seconds. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and tweets at HowieCarShow.com.
Hi, this is Howie Carr, attorney at law. Are you a white male who voted for Donald Trump? Do you have a Make America Great sweatshirt or a hat? Have you had a beer since November the 8th? If you answered yes to one or more of the above questions, there's a good chance that you are soon going to be charged with committing a fake hate crime. Will you be ready, you uneducated redneck? When you get charged with committing a fake hate crime, will you be ready? You need reasonable doubt at a reasonable price. And that's where Howie Carr, attorney at law, Esquire, comes in. Call me at 1-800-FAKE-HRC. 1-800-FAKE-HRC, and we will get you some legal insurance for when it inevitably occurs and you're charged with a fake hate crime.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
And I've known Hillary for a long time. This is the first time ever, that Hillary is sitting down and speaking to major corporate leaders and not getting paid for it. We've learned so much from WikiLeaks. For example, Hillary believes that it's vital to deceive the people by having one public policy and a totally different policy in private. Now, I'm told Hillary went to confession before tonight's event, but the priest was having a hard time when he asked her about her sins, and she said she couldn't remember 39 times.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
You've probably heard about all the great benefits of goat milk soap, but did you know some companies take shortcuts? At Old New England Soap, we make our organic goat's milk soap using 36% goat's milk. That's 17% more than most others. Our bars are larger, so they last longer, producing lots of lather packed with vitamins. And our soap is a natural moisturizer that smooths dry and damaged skin. Order online at oldnesoap.com. That's oldnesoap.com. You've tried the rest. Now try the best. oldnesoap.com.
Water-based soaps on supermarket shelves use harsh chemical acids to break down dead skin cells. And that's just not good for you. At Old New England Soap, our soaps are made without chemical ingredients, contain no alcohol or petroleum products, and use 85% organic materials and carry the USDA's organic certification. Try some today. Go to oldnesoap.com. That's oldnesoap.com. oldnesoap.com.
Better strap yourself in. It's time for the Howie Carr Show.
Shiva, you said a lot of really nasty things about me, and
The fake Trumper Howie Carr?
You said I was having sex with a campaign aide.
Howie Carr won't cover us because him, Holly Robichaud, and Deal are like this. I don't know if they're sleeping together, but...
You retweeted some tweet calling me a piece of excrement, and I was just wondering, what did you mean by that, a fake Trumper?
Well, I'm not going to go there because I never said those things. The fake Trumper Howie Carr? I never said those things. The fake Trumper Howie Carr?
Live from an undisclosed location.
So I want to know, do you have any skeletons? Do you have any skeletons in your closet?
I have no skeletons in my closet because I'm such a controversial guy.
No
Everything's
skeletons.
out there. Let's talk about everything. But the issue is not about you or me, Howie.
Have you ever been arrested?
Howie, this is not about you or me.
Shiva, have you ever been arrested?
Howie, this is not about you or me.
Yes or no?
It's not about you or me. What this is about is, do you want to beat Elizabeth Warren? Let's talk about Elizabeth Warren. Do you want to talk about that?
Let's talk about your arrest.
Unchained and unstoppable.
I've taken on Gawker Media. I've taken on Monsanto. You take on those guys.
You've taken on the cops. You take on your girlfriend, too.
Wait a minute.
That escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
Unchained and unstoppable.
So when I went into that meeting, I was advised by a number of very close people that Howie is a bully. He's going to try to bully you. I do not support the abuse of women. If anyone is proven to have abused a woman, I believe they should be prosecuted to the highest extent of the law. Let me be very clear about that. I do not support the abuse of women. There's some aspect of me that always is committed to the truth.
You had no idea this was coming up?
No way, man. So I was frankly completely shocked.
Rump swabs, hacks, and moonbats beware. It's Howie Carr.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Howie Carr Show. This is Steve Robinson filling in for Howie. Howie is down in Washington, D.C., and he got a chance to go into the Oval Office and meet with President Trump. You can see the picture there. He tweeted it out at his Twitter account, which you can find at HowieCarrshow.com. And presumably it's going to be in a big frame hanging here in Studio H at some point in the very near future. So joining us now to talk about his trip down to D.C. and his experience in the Oval Office is the host of this show, Howie Carr. Howie, thanks for being with us here.
Hey, thanks for having me. It was great. It was just a coincidence that Sean Spicer quit, and then I went down there. That's all I can say. It was just a coincidence, and that's off the record too.
That's off the record?
That's off the record.
Just so you're not trying to replace him. I knew you were supposed to go down there to meet with Sean Spicer, and he suddenly is out of the administration. I mean, do you think you could arrange to go down next week for a meeting with Bob Mueller?
You know who else I saw when I was going in? I saw Anthony Scaramucci.
He did a very good job today. I know he's not going to be a regular at the podium. Sarah Huckabee Sanders is going to be the press secretary now. But Scaramucci, he did a really good job with reporters. He had a nice rapport going. Grace and I, just before the show went live, we were talking about it. He did a very good job. I think he's going to be able to serve capably in that position, Howie.
Yeah, I saw him. I had two fake news network T-shirts. We're selling at HowieCarrshow.com. And I didn't know if I was going to see Sean Spicer. So when I saw Anthony Scaramucci, I remembered that he had sued or threatened to sue CNN. So I said, I think this is for you, Anthony, this shirt. And he looked at it kind of wistfully. I think he would have liked to have taken it. Because I'm supposed to be building relationships here. So he passed it back to me.
So we saw that shot, Howie, of you in the Oval Office. Where were you standing in relation to that infamous grandfather clock? And are you going to be writing a memo after this meeting describing your conversation in case you need to later supply it to Bob Mueller, the special counsel?
Yeah, well, I was less concerned about the grandfather clock than I was about the statue, the bust of Martin Luther King. I was tempted to say, "Hey, I thought, Mr. President, I thought you had that bust removed." Oh, that was fake news. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So the president was in good spirits?
Yeah, he was in very good spirits. We talked more about New Hampshire than we talked about Massachusetts. He's he's still bugged about losing the state. He knows. I was talking about the investigations into all the dual registrations in the college towns, and I said it's being handled by the Secretary of State. And he goes, "Oh yeah, the Democrat. He's on my commission. He's really into that commission."
Bill Gardner is, yeah.
Commission. And so then he told he said, "What are they doing?" And I said, "Well, they're working on some legislation, but I said they're kind of skittish. I think Sununu has to run for re-election every 2 years, and he didn't know that, and neither did Reince Priebus. I think New Hampshire must be like one of the last couple of states in the union that still has elections every 2 years. I know Massachusetts did it, went to 4 years like 50 years ago when I was a kid, a small child, That's what I'm saying, a small child. I was actually in high school.
Well, is there anything that, I assume a lot of your conversation was off the record, but is there anything that you can tell us that the president shared with you?
No, I tell you what he wanted me to say. He asked me, I'm just putting on my coat. Hold on, Steve. Just one.
You're wearing a coat in D.C.? It's like 100 degrees out down there, man.
He said, do you ever talk to John Sununu, the old man? And I said, yeah, sometimes I do. And he said, well, I want you to tell him how much I appreciate what he does for me. He said he was killing me during the primaries, but now he is the absolute best. And I said, yeah, did you see him with Allison Camerata? He absolutely owned her. And Trump said, he owns them all when he goes on there.
This would seem to suggest that the President Trump's TV habit is still raging.
Well, I don't know. He was in sort of a side office there, but I think he still watches a lot of TV. There's no doubt about that. But he seemed in a really good mood. They weren't bothered at all by anything that was going on.
So Howie,
they were having a good.
I assume you've got some big dinner plans tonight. You're going to drink some fancy sparkling water and eat some really nice food at the Trump International Hotel. I just assume that's where you are. But
it's really a beautiful hotel. It's built up from it's in the old post office. They got the old elevators. I'm in one right now. I don't know if you can hear me, but it's got all the old retro stuff. The boxes and the radiators.
Howie, you would go into an elevator in the middle of an interview on your own show at Trump International Hotel.
I had to. I'm waiting for everybody.
Oh, okay. You're holding everybody up. Well, I gotta ask you just one more question before we let you go, Howie. What did you make of Shiva Ayyadurai, your new best friend, coming out on Curt Schilling's show this morning, decisively against the abuse of women?
I think that's really he's taking on big female abuse lobby. Boy, that's a big lobby. I mean, he's
I do not support the abuse of women.
All right, Howie. Fake Trumper Howie Carr, who was just in the Oval Office with President Donald Trump earlier today. We'll let you go and engage in your beautiful people stuff, and we'll see you back here on Monday. Okay, man?
Thank you. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
Not a problem. It's not a problem at all, Howie, having you on your own show that's named after you that you've been hosting for 25 years. No skin off my nose. But that's such a Howie Carr thing to do, to be in an interview in his own show and jump in a big metal elevator knowing exactly what it's going to do to his cell signal. Oh. Well, anyways, when we come back, we're going to take a quick break here. But when we come back, we're going to talk about Bridezillas very briefly. There's a story that Grace brought to my attention, and I'm in the process of planning my own wedding. Grace is going to be in a wedding pretty soon. We got an interesting Bridezilla story coming up here. And, I think it cuts along interesting lines. So we'll see what you guys think about this particular bridezilla and how she selected her maids of honor when we come back in just a bit. This is Steve Robinson in for Howie Carr. This is the Howie Carr Show.
Don't move. Howie Carr is back next.
Grace here with a question for you. Have you done anything exciting lately? No? Well, it's time to change that. With a scenic helicopter tour around New Hampshire's seacoast, experience the exhilaration of flying in a helicopter while seeing some of New England's greatest attractions, including lighthouses, beaches, marinas, farmland, and lakes. Seacoast Helicopters has a fleet of brand new, state-of-the-art helicopters and is ready to take you and your family into the clear blue skies. Do something exciting, something you'll talk about all year. A helicopter tour with Seacoast Helicopters, the official helicopter tour company of the Howie Carr Show. Find out more and book a tour at flywithhowie.com. That's flywithhowie.com. flywithhowie.com.
It's gonna be a Subaru summer. The feeling is coming on strong. All summer long.
The Subaru Summer All-Wheel Drive Away is going on now. Have some fun this summer in a brand new all-wheel drive Subaru Impreza. Available in both a 4-door sedan and 5-door hatchback, the Impreza was made to suit your needs. During Subaru Summer, you can buy a well-equipped Impreza for only $18,395. Every 2017 Impreza is proudly built right here in the USA, so you can rest assured that the Impreza will be with you all the way. And packed with the latest and greatest technology, you can keep the fun times rolling. This summer, drive away in a well-equipped Subaru Impreza for only $18,395. For complete details and a list of Subaru retailers, visit SubaruofNewEngland.com. Don't miss the Subaru Summer All-Wheel Drive Away.
Howie Carr here. Have you looked in the mirror lately? When you see your smile, what do you think? If you're like most people, you probably wish you had whiter teeth or teeth that weren't so crooked. And then you think fixing those problems will take years and might cost you more than you could afford. Well, I've got good news for you. You can have a perfect smile with just 3 visits to Dr. Houghton at Perfect Smiles in Nashua, New Hampshire. Using state-of-the-art cosmetic dentistry, Dr. Houghton will work with you to design the smile you want. Within 6 weeks from your initial visit, you'll have perfectly straight teeth and they'll shine a vibrant white. And your new perfect smile could cost you less than $100 a week. See? You can afford it. No pain, no more annoying white strips, no extractions or braces. Just a perfect smile that will have you want to look in the mirror more often. I have a perfect smile from Dr. Houghton. Now it's your turn. Go to perfectsmiles.com for more information. That's perfectsmiles.com. Financing available for well-qualified patients.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
While I'm not at this time a candidate for the presidency, I will decide by June whether or not I will become one. Business Week magazine, which is now Bloomberg Business Week, said in a vote of its readers that Donald Trump was the world's most competitive business person.
Pew Research says that there are, for immigrants on the whole,
Come on, try getting it out. Try getting it out.
I'll get it out.
I mean, I don't know if you're going to put this on television, but you don't even know what you're talking about. Try getting it out. Go ahead. I know the greatest negotiators in the world. Some are horrible people, horrible human beings. Who cares? Some Wall Street guys, they're brutal, they're miserable. You wouldn't want to go out to dinner. They're terrible people. I love them.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
I'm getting older and noticing that my body just doesn't work as well as it used to. So I like to keep fit as possible by hitting the gym a few times a week. Recently, I started having a nagging bicep pain and it got so bad I couldn't even lift the weights. When I was complaining about it to a friend, he told me about Angioprim. He said chelation helps remove toxins, heavy metals, and cholesterol in veins and arteries that may cause blockages. You know, after just 1 week of taking Angioprim, the pain was gone and now I'm back in the gym full strength. Scientific research proves the active ingredient in Angioprim has superior oral chelation action that helps promote cardiovascular health. So to learn more, go to angioprim.com. That's ANGIOPRIM.com or talk to a trained consultant. Call Angioprim toll free at 877-882-7221. You'll feel better with more energy. Call 877-882-7221 or go to the website angioprim.com.
Hi folks. In a world of GMO, genetically modified organisms that is, chemicals,
processed foods, and a healthcare system that's unraveling like a cheap suit, it's time to prepare. God created herbs, and herbs help man. Our body can heal itself, just sometimes we need assistance. You need some help? GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Our mild detox is quite powerful with its unique blend of 8 different herbs. And if you're looking for more, our non-GMO supplements will help you with different needs you might have. Health should be a top priority. Take care of your health naturally. Log on to GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Give your body a treat. Let the herbs do their thing naturally. Read all the testimonies on the website, GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Sickness and viruses are like intruders, and herbs are like warriors. Let the tea work for you. That's GetTheTea.com.
Howie is saving you 50% off your favorite products and services. Howie's Cheap Bastard Deal, Thursdays at 3:30. Get to HowieCarrShow.com. Click deals. Now, back to Howie Carr.
This half hour of the Howie Carr Show is powered by General Communications. Not all cloud-based business telephone systems are created equal. Call 1-800-4-GENERAL or click on the General Communications ad at HowieCarrShow.com.
Welcome back to the Howie Carr Show, everybody. This is Steve Robinson filling in for Howie Carr. As you just heard, Howie is down in Washington, D.C., meeting with President Trump in the Oval Office. He was originally supposed to go down to have a meeting with Sean Spicer. And today, Sean Spicer resigned in protest over the appointment of Anthony Scaramucci to White House Communications Director. So I'm not sure if he actually ended up meeting with Sean Spicer, but he still got a chance to go into the Oval Office. He and the mailroom manager, just a great time. I'm really happy that he was able to get in there. Some people in the text line, though, not so much. Jay from Chelsea suggests that he should have been put through the metal detector on the way in and on the way out. Someone else says that they should have put him on a scale to weigh the amount of graft he took from the Oval Office. I'm shocked that you guys would suggest that Grafmo Howie Carr would try to pillage some, precious relics from inside the Oval Office. Today's poll question is brought to you by Casper. Get a Casper mattress and sleep cool and comfortable every night. It's a higher quality mattress at a more affordable price. Test it yourself for 100 nights risk-free. Use coupon code Howie at Casper.com for $50 towards the purchase of your mattress. Terms and conditions apply. Now, as most of you know, Howie had a combative interview with Shiva Ayyadurai, a Senate candidate here in Massachusetts yesterday. You can see the entire interview at HowieCarrShow.com. It is, for lack of a better phrase, a career ender, at least a political career ender for Shiva. But you can see that entire interview. But he went on the Kurt Schilling show this morning and called Howie a bully.
So when I went into that meeting, I was advised by a number of very close people that Howie is a bully. He's going to try to bully you and not want to discuss the issues with Elizabeth Warren.
Yeah, so the issues that he did want to discuss, speaking of Howie, is a 2004 arrest record where Shiva's live-in girlfriend alleged that he shoved her. And was violent with her, and Shiva was arrested, and Howie confronted him with that report and explained what Elizabeth Warren would do with that report, and that apparently was bullying. So, Grace, what is the poll question? What are the results thus far?
Is Howie Carr a bully?
No, Howie Carr is not a bully. What he did was settling things the way a couple of guys in Boston settle things.
83% of people say no.
All right, that's good to hear. I'll have to report that to Howie. So this next story that I teased before the break, here's the headline. Bridezilla boots bestie from bridal party for being too fat. And this is a dilemma that a lot of people our age go through. Grace, we're in the age where people are getting married, planning weddings, and it's always kind of hard to decide who you want in your wedding party. How far do you expand it? Do you have symmetrical bridal party sizes? Do you have to have a man, a groomsman for every bridesmaid? Does it have to be equal on either side? Lots of questions that go on. But this one bridezilla decided to ditch a friend. A bridezilla. This is from the New York Post. A bridezilla from hell nixed one of her best friends from the bridal party, all because she was too fat to fit in the dress. The broken bridesmaid claimed her friend Jane, who's been in her life for 20 years, told her she was only going to have her sisters on the altar and wasn't planning to choose any friends to be bridesmaids. But on the wedding day, 2 of Jane's friends from college were standing next to her as bridesmaids, leaving the jilted friend devastated. She reached out to British advice columnist Mallory Ortberg on her Dear Prudence page and explained the situation. Quote, I didn't want to ruin her day, so I didn't say anything about it at the time, the letter read. She didn't muster the courage to confront her until a month later. Quote, I told her I was hurt by my exclusion from the wedding party and asked if I had done something to upset her. It turns out her appearance was the reason she wasn't invited to be in the bridal party. Quote, she admitted she hadn't asked me because I'm overweight, and she thought I wouldn't look good in the bridesmaid dress she had selected. I had no idea what to say to this and told her I feel hurt and didn't think I could see her again anytime soon. I'm just not sure what to do, she added. I feel pretty devastated about this, especially since my weight has always been an issue for me, and I thought Jane understood.
I know what she should do. Defriend.
You think this is a defriend situation? Well,
absolutely. There's so many factors in this that are so mean.
No, there's a lot of factors that are unknown. We don't know how fat she was.
Steve
Robinson. We don't know how fat she was.
Steve Earl Robinson. That is not...
She could have been like 350 pounds.
Okay, do you want to know all the problems with this story?
She could be like 350 pounds. That's a game changer. If she's just like husky...
First of all,
it's different
if you're going to lie and say that you're only having your sisters,
okay, that's a problem.
Then you should only have your sisters.
But how else do you say? Do you say, honey, step on a treadmill? Maybe we'll talk about being in the bridal party.
No, because that's awful. You should just only have your sisters. If you're that shallow and vain of a person that you do not value the person themselves and not their appearance, and you do not want them to be in your wedding, that is your prerogative. But you have to stick with your guns. You have to, if that's the lie you're going to go with, make it a truth. Only have your sisters. This girl sounds
I can see that. So you support keeping the fat chick out of the wedding. You just don't like the lie. You're anti-fat chick, and you just said it. You just said your problem is the lie.
No,
you just said it. We've got you on tape. We can play it back.
You're putting words in my mouth. I have several problems with this. One of the problems is that it could have been avoided if she actually was just only having her sisters in the wedding. But she lied about it, and then the day comes and the poor girl sees 2 other people. No one likes to be lied to, and then if you are lied to, and then you ask why, then she decides to tell the truth. That's when this chick is like, oh, you know what? I should probably just really lay a truth bomb on her now. You just lied to her for the past, year that it took to plan the wedding, and now you're going to tell her that she's overweight? So mean, girl. I do not support mean girls. Girl power.
But you said initially, you're revising your statement. What you initially said, Curly Fries, is that she should only had her sisters in the wedding if she didn't want the fat chick in her wedding. That's what you initially said.
She's that vain of a person.
You were anti-fat chick in the wedding.
No, I'm not, Steve. I'm saying that if you're a vain person...
Would you have a 350-pound bridesmaid in your wedding? Best friend of 20 years.
Yes, I would. I'm not as mean as you. And you know what else? You know what else, Steve? You're misinterpreting what I said. I said
about keeping the fat chick out of your wedding.
No, I said if she is that vain of a person, then she doesn't want the girl in her wedding. It's a free country. She cannot have the girl in her wedding, but don't lie about it. I'm not saying that's what I would do. I'm saying that's the appropriate way to handle the situation. If you're going to be an awful person, at least be an honest, awful person. Her honesty came a little too late, in my opinion.
Well, here's my take on this. Don't you want your bridal party to be fat, dumb, and ugly so you look better by comparison on your special day?
Steve, I worry so much.
Don't you
are planning a wedding right now. I worry. There's so many factors that have me worried.
I'm not lying. I'm going down through my list of friends of potential groomsmen, and if there's a guy who is more handsome than I am, you're out. You're tossed. But if I get a fat slobby friend, you know who you are. You're bumped up on the list. You know. Isn't that what it's about?
What about who they are as a person? They're your friend.
They could be a completely different person. 20 years from now, I'm looking back, I'm going to see the picture, and I'm going to be like, oh, damn, I was a hot mess in that picture.
This is why I do not support weddings
compared to the other people in the picture. And the same goes for the bride. Don't you want to be the skinniest, most attractive woman on the altar? You're not gonna pick 10 bombshells to stand next to you on your big day if you don't look as good as they do.
I think that if you're a confident person and you love your friends, then that's what should matter. All of this optics is just so immature.
All right, well, that's from Curly Fries, who hates lemonade stands, so take it with a grain of salt. Coming up next, I've got a great story in the New York Times. Have your kids ever embarrassed you in public? Have your kids ever embarrassed you in public? 844-542-4242.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
She got kicked off the Watergate Commission. How corrupt do you have to be to get kicked off the Watergate Commission? Everyone knows, of course, Hillary's belief that it takes a village, which only makes sense, after all, in places like Haiti, where she's taken a number of them. I wasn't really sure if Hillary was going to be here tonight, because I guess you didn't send her invitation by email. Or maybe you did, and she just found out about it through the wonder of WikiLeaks.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Hi, this is Andrea from Ever So Humble Pie Company in East Walpole. Well, it's that time of year when comfort food is king. And now, in addition to our delectable dessert pies, we're offering home-style classics like chicken pot pie, shepherd's pie, and Canadian meat pie. Simply turn on your oven and you'll have a wholesome, hearty meal. Pick up a fruit pie while you're here, and you've got dinner and dessert from Ever So Humble Pie Company. For more information, call us at 508-660-9731 or visit us at eversohumble.com. That's eversohumble.com.
It's here, Howie Carr's latest book, Kennedy Babylon, A Century of Depravity and Scandal. Kennedy Babylon is a whirlwind tour of scandals from the days of the Kennedy clan's rabidly anti-Semitic patriarch to the death of JFK Jr. Ann Coulter says Howie Carr is making Kennedy books great again. You'll love the never-before-seen images of the Kennedy family in Howie Carr's latest book, Kennedy Babylon, A Century of Depravity and Scandal. Now shipping. Order today at HowieCarrshow.com. Click Kennedy Babylon.
If your home has hard water, then it's likely that limescale is clogging your pipes, damaging your appliances, costing you hundreds of dollars each year. You can eliminate limescale in the entire house with HydroCare products available at Wave Home Solutions. Easy and efficient with no maintenance, no salts, no chemicals, and no coils. And you can buy with confidence from Wave Home Solutions. Performance guaranteed. Just go to bestwater411.com. That's bestwater411.com.
So, you love talk radio? Then you'll love TalkStreamLive.com. TalkStream Live is always on with the best streaming talk shows. Find your favorite talkers and discover some new ones. It's free, readily available online or on mobile with any smartphone or tablet. Finding your favorite talk shows all in one place has gotten a whole lot easier. Just go to TalkStreamLive.com. Be sure to download the free apps from Google Play or the iTunes App Store.
Hey guys, it's Grace from the Howie Carr Show. Gifts are always great, but who really needs more stuff? Let's be honest, between Christmas and the New Year, it's hard to come up with a nice way to give a great gift without just regifting that old fruitcake. But luckily, we have the perfect gift idea for you. It's the Howie Carr Show VIP experience. If someone you know is a fan of Howard Lauren's car, then this is the perfect way to celebrate any occasion. Come visit Howie in our brand new studio and watch the entire show. Best part? Well, if you were to ask Howie, he'd probably say the Kowloon. And I can't really disagree. But there is also no other way to see all the behind-the-scenes work that goes into New England's favorite radio show. Get your picture with Howie and a selfie with yours truly. We've had over 100 people enjoy the VIP experience, and the reviews have been stellar. We've even had the occasional guest on air to tell their own funny story to the listeners. So don't delay and buy your VIP experience today at HowieCarrshow.com. Click store. HowieCarrshow.com. Click store.
844-500-4242. This is the Howie Carr Show.
This half hour of the Howie Carr Show is powered by Wicked Good Cupcakes. If you're looking for the perfect treat for any occasion, look no further than Wicked Good Cupcakes. Ordering is easy. Go to their website at wickedgoodcupcakes.com. That's wickedgoodcupcakes.com.
Welcome back to the Howie Carr Show, everybody. This is Steve Robinson filling in. I've got Grace Curley on the board over there, and if you want to give us a call and be a part of the program, the number is 1-844-500-4242, and you can always drop us a text at 680-680. And now, so the question of this segment is going to be: Have your kids ever embarrassed you in public? We want to hear some stories. That you can text us 680-680 or call us 844-500-4242. Have your kids ever really thoroughly embarrassed you in public? And obviously, Grace and I don't have kids. That came out awkward. Neither Grace nor I have children. But there's a great story in the New York Times by a woman named Annie Pfeiffer. And Annie Pfeiffer is a professor at Tufts University. And Annie Pfeiffer has a particular problem on her hands. And the problem that Annie Pfeiffer has is that her 3-year-old child can't stop saying Donald Trump. And this is a problem for Annie Pfeiffer because she comes from a highfalutin social strata. She comes from a segment of society where the private school that she sends her child to, or the private daycare center that she sends her child to, had counseling sessions following the election for the children of all the Hillary Clinton voters. So you could see how it would be a particular problem for Annie Pfeiffer's child, the young darling Pfeiffer, to be going around and screaming at people in public, Donald Trump! So I'm reading now from her column in the New York Times, which is actually pretty well written. I enjoyed it thoroughly. My 3-year-old daughter is obsessed with Donald Trump. This is a problem if 1, you live in New York City, 2, you are a liberal, your friends are liberal, and 4, your daughter attends a liberal school, and 5, your relatives are affected by the Trump administration travel ban. Yasi, my daughter, attends the kind of school that made counseling available in the wake of the 2016 presidential election. Parents stood together, comforting one another on November 9th in an act of collective mourning that I hadn't seen since September 11th. This is probably exactly the type of school that the Trump voters were hating on with their epic middle finger raised to the elites of this country. On that same morning, Yasi, the daughter, made few friends by screaming, Donald Trump! At the top of her lungs in a crowded stairwell to her school. People whirled around to find the traitor. Red-faced and humiliated, I pulled her aside and said, Shh, Yasi, we do not scream these things at school. And so an expletive was born, much more potent than any 4-letter word. Annabelle, she would say, turning to her best friend, I want to tell you a secret. Annabelle would move dutifully more closer. Donald Trump! Yes, you would just whisper to the 3-year-old friend. I just thought this was the funniest thing. You could just imagine this little girl just running around these effete liberal neighborhoods just saying, Donald Trump in the supermarket. Donald Trump! The teacher reports to Annie Pfeiffer. Your daughter keeps talking about Donald Trump, the teacher says, eyeing her suspiciously as if her morning news routine started and ended with Breitbart. This is another funny bit. The daughter, Yasi, was never able to pronounce Hillary Clinton, which evolved into Harry Clinton, and then finally mustache. Now, I can't pretend to follow a toddler's logic, but it appears this was one more demographic with which Secretary Clinton failed to resonate. Harry Clinton, mustache. From the mouths of babes comes truth, is it? And this is when she kind of turns dark. After the election, his name, like everything else, was no longer very funny. To me, Yasi's obsession with Donald Trump represented the radical disjuncture between the brave new world we adults came to inhabit and the innocent world of a child, where even the names of autocratic despots are reduced to lyrical rhymes. Yasi's grandparents are Canadian-Iranian immigrants, and they gave her 2 baby dolls for her birthday. She named one of the dolls Donald Trump and the other Mustache. She's got her 2 dolls.
I think this speaks to a larger problem, which is that we're all too news obsessed, apparently. Like, this little girl is, I mean, when I was that age, I can't even remember what I was probably obsessed with, like, crayons and Barney, and she's obsessed with the names of political candidates. It's like very bizarre.
It's like, what have you subjected your kids to that she could only run around screaming about Donald Trump? I mean, this would be like what For our generation, what if our parents sat us down and made us watch the Monica Lewinsky coverage and read the footnotes of the Ken Starr report about all the lurid sex acts that were going on in the Oval Office? And we were running around screaming, Lewinsky, 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 Lewinsky. So she's going to bed with her doll. This is where it starts to end. Doesn't Donald Trump look cozy in his new bed? I asked her as a baby. Donald Trump snuggled the covers of his little trundle bed. Mommy, Donald Trump is my best friend, she says, talking about the doll.
Oh, that's so sad.
With his blinking blue eyes and small tuft of blonde hair, baby Donald Trump seemed more like a joke than a threat to the world order. As Sigmund Freud theorized, by turning something threatening into a game, we rob it of its power over us. In this way, play transforms a passive experience into an active one, allowing the child to gain mastery over a threat. Yossi was on to something. So that's the story from the New York Times. The kid's running around screaming Donald Trump, and this woman is very embarrassed by it. So my question for you at 844-500-4242, do you have a toddler? Do you have some young kids? Have you previously had young kids? Have they ever embarrassed you in spectacular fashion? Have they ever really embarrassed you, especially in public, whether it's like a restaurant, at the grocery store? You know, what I can think of is when the new candidates for the House were being sworn in, they actually there were some of these kids, congressmen's kids, were dabbing, doing this like dance move. I don't know the origin of the dab, but they were doing that in official portraits with House Speaker Paul Ryan. Well, that's kind of embarrassing.
Do you remember Rudy Giuliani's son when he was giving some sort of speech, or maybe it was his inauguration into, and his son was like right next to him on the podium, and they made fun of it on SNL afterwards because he had this chubby little son. He was so cute, and he was just kind of mimicking everything he did, and people were saying, why didn't Rudy Giuliani's wife pull this kid aside? It was like a long speech, Steve. It wasn't 5 minutes. It was like 40 minutes. And this kid was just, it was his show. It was amazing.
Have you ever embarrassed your parents in public?
Oh, no. I'm an angel. That's why I'm the favorite out of the four.
Well, we need to find Curly Fry's parents. If they're listening to the show right now, they can call in.
Curly Potatoes.
I got Curly Potatoes. I bet they've got a story about you embarrassing them in public. I actually texted my mom and I asked, do you have any stories about me embarrassing you in public? And there was one that she reminded me of. We were out to eat at Miller's restaurant. I think it's closed now, but Miller's restaurant in Bangor when I was a kid. I mean, I tell you what. We didn't grow up in Milton. You know, we had a much more.
Oh, come on.
We had a much more blue collar experience growing up, and so when we got to go out to eat, it was a thing. And Miller's in Bangor, man, it was like the biggest buffet that you can imagine. You could get all kinds of different food. So when you're a little kid, you go out to a buffet place where you can get like chicken, you can get pizza, you can get salad, you can get Jell-O, you can get French fries. Oh, it was heaven. It was heaven for a little kid. So my family's all out there and we're eating. And, I was a funny kid. I like to crack a joke here and there. And so this waiter walks past our table, and I lean back in my chair and I say, "Hey, waitress, you know what the difference is between boogers and broccoli? I don't eat broccoli." That was the day that I learned the difference between a waiter and a waitress. Yeah, never forgot that lesson. All right, we'll go to the phone lines on this at 844-500-4242. What are some examples of, first, did you ever embarrass your parents, or, do you remember your kids embarrassing you? Jen, you're next on this one with Steve filling in for Howie. Go ahead, Jen.
Hi, Steve. Hi, Grace.
Hey, go ahead, Jen.
Me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead, Jen.
Sorry. Okay, so my daughter was about 5 years old, and I was about 8 months pregnant with my son. And we're standing in a crowded grocery store in a long line, and my daughter reaches out and pats my belly and says, "Mom, someday when I grow up, I want to be big and fat just like you."
At least she admired you, Jen.
Oh, yes, and she still does.
That's a great story. Was there? Oh, that, you know what, Jen? Now that you bring that up, you remind me. I was in a grocery store, and memories kind of fade together. I think this might have been something that I just witnessed, but this was back when pagers were still a thing. And and this heavier woman was waiting in line to get her groceries, and her pager went off, or someone's pager went off, and it was beep, beep, beep. And the little kid looks up at the mom and says, "Watch out, Mom, she's backing up." That's a good one, though, Jen. I appreciate the call. 1-844-500-4242. Do you have stories about your toddler child or your small child embarrassing you in public? We'll be back with your calls. Give us a call, 844-500-4242, or you can text us at 680-680, or you can tweet them to us. I'm at BigSteve207, and Curly Fries is at G_Curly. We'll be back in just a minute. This is Steve Robinson in for Howie Carr, and this is the Howie Carr Show.
The Howie Carr Show.
Enough of Elizabeth Warren. Like you, I've had enough of Warren's rhetoric, calling tax cuts blood money, and people who don't agree with her an ugly stew of racism. I'm Jeff Deal, a father, husband, concerned taxpayer, and the state representative who led the successful effort to repeal automatic gas tax hikes, saving you $2 billion. Elizabeth Warren has spent her time in Washington making money for herself, selling books. I want to put money in your pocket. Join our effort to defeat Elizabeth Warren today by going to dealforsenate.com. That's DIEHL for Senate.com to make a donation. With your help, we'll make Massachusetts great again by defeating Warren and putting your interest first. I'm Jeff Deal, and I approve this message. Paid for and authorized. Deal for U.S. Senate.
Summer is here, and when on the Cape, think Cape Gunworks in Hyannis. Cape Gunworks for couples every Friday night. For $65, enjoy gun rental, lane rental, boxes of ammo, protection gear, and 2 targets. Have fun at Cape Gunworks and then go out to dinner after. Couples night every Friday at Cape Gunworks. CapeGunworks.com.
It's gonna be a Subaru summer. The feeling is coming on strong.
The Subaru Summer All-Wheel Drive Away is going on now. Have some fun this summer in a brand new all-wheel drive Subaru Impreza. Available in both a 4-door sedan and 5-door hatchback, the Impreza was made to suit your needs. During Subaru Summer, you can buy a well-equipped Impreza for only $18,395. Every 2017 Impreza is proudly built right here in the USA, so you can rest assured that the Impreza will be with you all the way. And packed with the latest and greatest technology, you can keep the fun times rolling. This summer, drive away in a well-equipped Subaru Impreza for only $18,395. For complete details and a list of Subaru retailers, visit SubaruofNewEngland.com. Don't miss the Subaru Summer All-Wheel Drive Away.
And now, a bunch of random facts with Grace.
It is impossible to sneeze with your eyes open. The placement of a donkey's eyes in its head enables it to see all 4 feet at all times. Months that begin on a Sunday will always have a Friday the 13th. What is called a French kiss in the English-speaking world is known as an English kiss in France. Birds don't urinate, but they do poop. Let me tell you, you can't kill yourself by holding your breath. So that's good. A woman from California once tried to sue the makers of Cap'n Crunch because the Crunch berries contained no berries of any kind. In Japan, crooked teeth are considered cute and attractive. A Swedish woman lost her wedding ring and found it 16 years later, growing on a carrot in her garden. The toothpaste Colgate in Spanish translates to, go hang yourself.
This has been a bunch of random facts with Grace. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and blogs at HowieCarrshow.com.
Hey there, quick question for you. Would you be okay with more energy, more endurance, thicker, healthier hair, a better mood, reduced appearance of wrinkles, improved sleep, improved blood pressure and cholesterol profiles, improved vision, improved memory? Okay then. Well now, have you heard of Nature's Youth RSF? It's from the anti-aging experts at nature'syouth.com. Nature'syouth.com. See, at Nature's Youth, they understand exactly what it means to provide top quality health products. And Nature's Youth customers not only improve their health, they know they're also providing their body with the right nourishment to maintain that peak performance and fight the aging process. If health, wellness, and nutrition are what you desire, choose Nature's Youth RSF. I did. You see, you're going to get older. It's just up to you how you feel when you get there. Get started today. Nature's Youth RSF. Simple to use, simple to order. Go to nature'syouth.com. That's nature'syouth.com. naturesyouth.com.
PatriotPrepared.com carries the leading brands of storable food from Numana, Legacy, and Heaven's Harvest. Patriot Prepared. Our name says it all. We're dedicated to empowering you to be self-reliant and confident in any circumstance. Whether you want to be prepared in the event of an emergency or you're an outdoor sports enthusiast, PatriotPrepared.com has prepackaged meals and kits for your entire family. Legacy, Heaven's Harvest, and Numana are known for high-quality, great-tasting, GMO-free, nutritious food with no chemical preservatives. Simple to prepare, easy to store, gluten-free and organic high-quality nutrition options with a 25-year shelf life. You can't beat the feeling of being food secure when you need it most. So go to PatriotPrepared.com right now to pick up your supply of high-quality storable food for your family, because it makes good sense to be prepared. That's PatriotPrepared.com.
Want more Howie Carr? Listen 24/7 online at HowieCarrShow.com. Now, back to Howie Carr.
Welcome back to the Howie Carr Show, everybody. This is Steve Robinson filling in for Howie, and we're talking about times when your kids may have embarrassed you, or maybe when you embarrassed your parents in public. But before we get back to the phone lines, on a more serious note, we're going to let you know that Shiva Ayadurai has put out a statement about the show yesterday, in which his political ambitions imploded in spectacular fashion when he was confronted by Howie Carr with a 2004 arrest record. He says, quote, "In an effort to silence this truth," the truth, I guess, being that he is the best person to beat Elizabeth Warren. "In an effort to silence this truth, a local radio host cut my microphone during our discussion, preventing me from fully addressing his accusations and proving my trustworthiness to the people of Massachusetts." Okay, I guess that would have been me cutting his mic there. I turned it off.
How many degrees from my mic? How many degrees do you got?
How many
have
times
you ever created a job,
arrested?
Howie? How many jobs have you created?
Right here.
Yeah, how many, Howie?
Created my job.
How many, Howie?
Created my job. But no, so it was bad. It started to become bad radio because the guy wouldn't let Howie talk. He was like a robot repeating the same thing over and over again. He could have made his case that the case was dismissed, if that's what he claims, by the complainant, by the Commonwealth. He could have just said that, but instead he tried to filibuster. And given the fact that he's demonstrated himself to be a liar over and over and over again, I don't think you can trust him in this most recent statement. But that's neither here nor there, and it's a little bit too hardcore for late on a Friday night here. So we'll go out to the phone lines now. Bree, do you have an embarrassing moment where your kids embarrassed you in public?
Yeah, so it was actually myself, and I do have two kids. So I was 8 or 9 months old. We were in Disney at a character breakfast, and I loved all the characters, even though my cousin was screaming her head off. So Cinderella came over to talk to me, and I decided to reach up. I pulled down her dress. She was 16 years old. She was absolutely mortified. She ran in the back and refused to come out the rest of the breakfast.
You disrobed Cinderella?
Oh, yeah. Hey, apparently she was pretty. I don't know. I knew what I was doing at 8 or 9 months old.
Oh, that's a good one, Bree. Thanks for the call. Brad, you're next on this one with Steve Robinson filling in for Howie Carr. Go ahead, Brad.
So one of them was me. I embarrassed the heck out of my mom when I used one of the display toilets at HQ before Home Depot's HQ.
No,
I had to go.
Number one or number two?
It was number one, but it was still quite embarrassing.
Yeah, that's a good one.
And then I was in Walmart, and my son was maybe 6, and there was like 4 or 5 black guys there, and one of them hollers to his buddy down the aisle. He's like, "Hey, N-word," and without even.
No, go ahead. All right, sorry. Grace got a little sketchy there. He said N-word. He was fine. You didn't have to dump any audio there. Eddie, you're next on this one with Steve Robinson filling in for Howie Carr. Go ahead, Eddie.
Steve Robinson, my friend from Bowdoin College. How are you, my friend? I used to drive you.
You're the Eddie that used to blast conservative talk radio to all the little snowflakes at Bowdoin College when you were driving around in the shuttle van. Of course, I remember you, Eddie.
I wasn't going to be that harsh, but that's exactly what I used to do. And I had to bring an MP3 of Mark Levin and play that a lot, too. So
What do you got, Eddie?
Going with your program, Steve, I have a story that I was reminded of when I was in high school. There was a girl that I grew up with, and she was always kind of down and out and, hung with the bad crowd and that sort of thing. And so for a joke, some really mean girls in high school voted to make her homecoming queen. And what happened, Steve, is a lot of people got together and they decided this was wrong. So what they did is her girlfriends got together, they made her up, and she looked like $1 million. And she went to that parade, and then roars of the crowd. I mean, that she was the queen, and just wasted everybody there, completely embarrassed everybody that had done this horrible trick on her. Backfire.
Nice. Well, I'm glad that seemed to work out for the victim here. Hey, thanks for the call, Eddie. Always appreciate it. And keep blasting conservative talk radio to all the kids at Bowdoin College. Jake, you're next on this one with Steve Robinson filling in for Howie Carr. Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, these I got two. They were actually my older brother. We're from Lowell, so there's obviously a lot of Cambodian and Vietnamese immigrants out here from back in the day. But there was a sign outside the store that said $1.99, and so my mother went in with them and asked how much it was, and it was an Asian store owner, and he's saying, everything $1.99, everything $1.99, and she is an absolute saint, was just absolutely mortified. And can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I know, I can hear you. Go ahead.
And then the second one was she brought him to a haircut place, and the lady says, "Oh my gosh, you are absolutely a cutie pie." And he says, "I think you're a bleep hole." And she was, like I said, I mean, this woman is a saint, like never smoked or drank a day in her life, and she was mortified. And she says, "I'm telling your mother when we get home," like she was babysitting them.
Yeah. That's why that's how mothers get tougher, I think, in their old age, because they have to experience the embarrassment that comes along with parenting little crappy kids like me. I know I was a handful. We'll go back out to the phone lines here. Travis, you're next on this one with Steve filling in for Howie. Go ahead, Travis.
Steve, I got my mother good once. I was about 5 years old. I had just come from the dentist and said that I couldn't have any gum with sugar in it anymore. So my mother took me to the store, and sure enough, I took a pack of Hubba Bubba and put it under my sweater as if no one would see it. Well, my mother saw me standing there with this rectangle under my sweater, and she was absolutely mortified because the person at the counter was looking right at me, too.
Oh,
so she said, put that gum back, and she couldn't even speak. She grabbed me by the hand, yanked me out of the store, put me in the car, and instead of turning left to go home, she turned right. And I said, "Where are we going?" And she said, "We're going to the police station."
Oh, she turned that one around on you, didn't she, Travis? All right, that's it. Hey, have a good weekend, everybody. Howie will be back from Washington, D.C. from his meeting with President Trump. Back in the studio on Monday at 3 p.m. Don't miss the Howie Carr Show.
And now, 6 fun facts in 60 seconds with Grace Curley.